there was a failed interception, and through some sequence of events, we got to where we are.
Yeah, go ahead, John.
Oh, yeah, one thing I should have added earlier is the reason why I personally believe that there was some sort of involvement of a Russian cruise missile that specifically crossed the border. I don't just think that there was a Russian cruise missile involved and that the interceptor itself crossed the border. I should be explicit in that. My personal take is that a Russian cruise missile, either intact or perhaps post-interception, crossed the Polish border. And I believe that because if it was just an stray Ukrainian interceptor, why would the North Atlantic Council be convened on a 16-hour notice? There is just so much, political or geopolitical maneuvering and posturing here that there has to be something afoot here. Why else would the Russian ambassador be summoned by the Polish government, etc.? If it was just, an stray Ukrainian S-300, they could have said, oh, my bad, our bad, apologies to the, families of the two victims. It's
Well
not
said,
a big
John.
deal in the grand scheme of things.
Daniel, go ahead.
I said, well said, John. And don't forget, Poland already starts preparing their arming forces.
Okay, thanks. I want to dig into this just for a second here because just to understand the capability and how this all works. So let me just ask about the idea of a failed interception. What does an S-300 do if it fails to intercept the target? How far does it go? What is the behavior of it if it misses?
So S-300, at least some of the interceptors, and I believe that should include the 5V55 series, they should have a self-destruct setting whereby if the guidance system determines that it is sufficiently far off course from whatever target it was trying to intercept, or if it can no longer intercept the target, i.e. it's just unable to track it anymore, that it should be that a self-destruct mechanism should be triggered, which will detonate the warhead on board. So in this case, based upon the images that we saw, it looked like there was a pretty large hole in the ground. So obviously, if you have debris of a missile that's traveling quite fast, impacting the ground, that is going to excavate some amount of earth, and you're going to have some sized hole in the ground. But this one appeared quite large, so that makes me think that a warhead detonated. It wasn't just the impact of debris, and so if we're operating under the assumption that a warhead detonated upon impact with the ground, then that would mean that if there was a successful interception, that means that warhead would have had to have come from the cruise missile because the interceptor would have already detonated its warhead performing the interception, or potentially it could be from either or if the interception was unsuccessful. Say, for example, the interceptor just never caught up to the cruise missile before it impacted, and then essentially the interceptor, after cruise missile impact occurs, just guidance shuts off, goes into a ballistic arc, and just crashes into the ground nearby, potentially detonating.
Okay, yeah, thanks. That makes a lot of sense. So they do have, just to summarize, just for not only for me but also for the listeners. So your best guess here is that this was not a failed interception for two reasons. One is that an S-300 would likely have a self-destruct mechanism, and that the actual crater that is shown indicates that a warhead likely went off, and two, because of the political response. And so therefore your idea is that a Russian cruise missile was involved in this and likely also crossed the border. Did I summarize that correctly, or should you correct me?
More, yeah, that's basically correct. The only thing I would say to add to that is the presence of a large crater. I don't think that lends evidence to either way as to whether or not there was a successful interception, because a 5V55 has what, I think, a 130 kilo warhead on board. It's surprisingly large, and it can create quite a large hole in the ground. So presumably, if there was no successful interception, then that could have come from either. And if there was a successful interception, then the cruise missile could have caused that crater, potentially, if the warhead still went off. So either way, the fact there's a crater doesn't really tell us much to distinguish those two possibilities from one another.
Okay, great, thanks. Yeah, I don't know the kinetic energy of a yeah, we'll just say just the kinetic energy of a rocket coming down, but the crater there, I looked at it and I was thinking from an engineering point of view, that's something I would need about probably 50 kilograms or more to make that size if it was surface placed. It's not small, but like I said, I don't know the kinetic energy of one of these things when they impact. Let's go to Gunther. Or Gunther, sorry, I think you're in the US.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll respond either way. Hey, I was in a different space, and a person who's on this space sometimes there,
Excuse me, this were my fat fingers. Gunther, please continue.
Okay, sure, no problem. So there was someone else had this idea of the S-300 following in another missile. But in the sort of the first scenario where it's either like incompetence or just something, they've shot at nothing and it just malfunctioned and went into Poland. Like, how many things would have to go wrong in order for that to happen?
That's a very good question. So, okay, so another possibility I just thought of is, so generally speaking, you would not launch just a single interceptor. You would usually launch more than one. The exact number depends on the type of target. So for an aerodynamic target like a cruise missile, you might say launch 2 interceptors to guarantee a high probability of kill, whereas say for a ballistic target, you may launch 3 or 4. But in any case, you will usually launch more than one interceptor against a single given target. And we've seen Ukraine follow this practice. There was a video that was released earlier today before this showing a Ukrainian S-400 battery engaging some target. 2 interceptors were launched against that target. So it's possible that, for example, 2 interceptors could have been launched. One successfully intercepted the cruise missile, and the other one essentially just sailed over the border into Poland when the self-destruct mechanism failed in some way. That kind of puts us back into scenario 1, which seems deeply unsatisfying, again, given the geopolitical maneuvering that we're seeing here. I mean, again, why would the Poles summon the Russian ambassador? But in any case, to your point, at a minimum, we're looking at potentially a failure of the self-destruct mechanism in most of these scenarios. In the first case, we are potentially looking at Ukrainian air defenses engaging maybe a false return, potentially. That's a possibility. I'm trying to think of some other reasons why it might veer wildly off course like that. There's obviously there could be, mechanical malfunctions in terms of the attitude control at launch, the gas system that it uses to orient the missile immediately after motor ignition following ejection from the tube. But most of those failures, in my mind, would likely cause a total catastrophic failure immediately after launch, where you lose total control and it crashes to the ground a fairly short distance away from the launcher. So I'm not sure. I think if we're going with the scenario 1 here, just a lone Ukrainian interceptor across the border, I think that the least complex explanation is A, failure of the self-destruct mechanism, and B, they may have been firing in a false return. Granted, all of the reporting that I've seen seems to have reference to potential involvement of some sort of Russian munition, so I'm not sure how that all shakes out in the end.
Thanks a lot. Daniel, go ahead. A wet Daniel.
I'm not wet because it was not a real rain. It was something very British. I want to say a couple of things. First, even with this horrible event, which affects again the infrastructure of Ukraine, these events are positive for them, very, very positive. And who think otherwise, we need to examine their heads. Second, I think in the Buddhist chancellor at this moment had a very bad night. Remember, at the start of the war, there was only one country ready to deploy soldiers on Ukrainian soil, Poland. And Polish are anything but only calm and wise when it's about Russians. And I will add another thing to this. Let's understand, even is a Ukrainian S-300 who fall there. That is not the Ukrainian fault. They defending their critical infrastructure. And I repeat what I said 1 hour ago. They hit another electrical junction, which is in Ukraine, but connects Moldova and Romania. That thing regulates our energy supply for Moldova and Ukraine. These things are not just terror attacks. These things are not just affecting Ukraine. It's like Nord Stream. You go to weaken Ukraine, but you are attacking us. And I don't think we'll see some soft words today. No way. There will be no soft words. And if you imagine Zelensky is very pressured by Ukrainian people, Duda is in worst place in this moment because Polish, they don't want war. They don't want to destroy anyone. They don't want to invade St. Petersburg. But also, don't imagine Polish are calm and watching like Olaf Scholz does. They are not.
Thanks, Daniel. I want to pick up on that. I must say I'm extremely frustrated with Olaf Scholz just within the last hours. First of all, there has not been any tweet, any response from Olaf Scholz regarding this directly. His foreign minister, Annalena Baerbock, did have a call with her counterpart in Poland last night and has responded to the incident. But Olaf Scholz has not responded to either. And I think we're missing something. We need to focus on the attack on Ukraine, which was much larger. I realize that the Polish incident has a much larger political impact potentially, but there has literally just been silence from Olaf Scholz. Hopefully there's something this morning, but looking at what all of the European leaders and American leaders have done so far, he is negligent at this point. He did attend a special G7, NATO, European Council, European Commission meeting in Bali, hosted by President Biden. But yeah, I have a kind of a topic to this. I had a question earlier, sort of for Colby and John Ridge, and I agree with Daniel. This attack, even the large attack on Ukraine yesterday, seems extremely stupid from a timing perspective. Obviously, the G20 is ongoing. Even Lavrov has continued to roll out this negotiations line. The Ramstein 7 meeting is coming up and is maybe even sort of pushed forward. I don't know exactly what date that was supposed to happen. Now we have the numbers regarding interception and talking about the success of NASAMS. I mean, the lowest hanging fruit in this seems to be more NASAMS for Ukraine. You know, we could talk about ATACMS and Leopards and all the other stuff, I think, later. But just on the NASAMS point, what is the availability of the United States to provide more NASAMS, and at what kind of timeline would you think there? John, thanks.
So in terms of US inventory, we have currently 2 systems in inventory that are currently responsible for contributing to the air defense of Washington, D.C. Beyond those 2 systems, there are a number of other NATO members that have varying different numbers of systems in inventory. So if we wanted to push some rapidly, we could, see if they are willing to provide them, or we could even pull from our own 2 systems if need be. They physically exist, is what I'm getting at. Whether or not there's a political will or desire to do so is another question. I think that that's somewhat demonstrated by the fact that the first 2 systems were being sent from units that were already more or less had just finished had just rolled off the production line, or were nearly about to roll off, whereas the other 6, the subsequent 6, will be totally new builds under a new order. So that suggests to me perhaps some hesitancy to send some from existing NATO stocks at the moment.
Okay, thanks, Colby.
Yeah, John pretty much covered it. I suspect that the Department of Defense has suggested that the United States not part with the 2 systems they currently have in the DC area. Although, I mean, if push comes to shove, I feel like between Patriot and THAAD, that would be sufficient coverage, and that the United States could part with them. But perhaps they feel that there would be a unacceptable capability gap if those 2 systems were parted with temporarily before they could be replaced. Beyond that, there's other countries that have NASAMS, but not like a vast number, and I suspect that none of them would be willing to part with it to give to Ukraine. So the prospects for getting more NASAMS to Ukraine in extremely short order is not particularly good, I would say, but it's not impossible.
Okay, yeah, thanks a lot. And I mean, we've obviously finance. Unfortunately, it's very late for him. I know it's late for you guys as well, but this seems to be just another coefficient in the formula of political will here for giving more military aid. How likely do you think this changes the ATACMS discussion? Yeah, go ahead, John, if you.
So at the moment, I don't think, as it stands with the current cycle of mass strikes that we've seen interspace by about 5 weeks. The previous one was on October 10th. Obviously, this one was October 15th, or excuse me, November 15th, or maybe the 14th, depending on local times, etc. Those have occurred just using Russian cruise missiles and the Iranian Shahed 136 loitering munitions. As it currently stands, I'm dubious as to, barring some significant internal political change from the National Security Council, I don't foresee ATACMS being delivered publicly and in significant quantities just on the basis of these alone. What could potentially change that in terms of the strikes would be the inclusion of Iranian ballistic missiles. That might change the calculus a bit, but if they keep continuing as is using just Russian cruise missiles and the Iranian loitering munitions, I'm skeptical that in and of itself will lead to a change. But perhaps Colby has some thoughts on that.
Yeah, thanks. Colby, anything to add? Or
I mean, I'm very biased here. I'm never particularly optimistic about President Biden coming out and delivering ATACMS or fighter jets or anything else. I think it goes very much against his
Can I add something?
his core instincts. So I'm skeptical.
Kobe, one moment. Our press say 2 missiles hit Poland. I will dig more.
Yeah, that was reported at the outset that there were 2 explosions.
Yeah, so definitely, I think I would expect to get some kind of at least basic information today, and then we'll see. I would actually be, because of the speed of all of this, I think there may be even some political statements, concrete political statements today, but just because of the speed of all of this, and actually it's kind of helpful for the West that this is happening during the G20 and they can just sit down around the table and make some decisions. Clearly, Poland is missing from that table, and they'll have to be involved. There was a lot of discussion as well regarding these Avenger systems. Now, I know them from my time in the military, that I mean, they're not high capability. As far as I understand, it's just kind of a rotating Stinger shooter on the back of a Humvee, primarily used for helicopters, maybe loitering munitions. Is that the main use, John or Colby?
So my understanding is that are you talking to kind of doctrinally when it was introduced or currently?
I just know it from when I was in the military and we had them, so I knew kind of doctrinally what they were for. But yeah, how can the Ukrainians use these? How would they use them?
So there's a couple different ways that they could use them. The 2 most straightforward would be either force protection of units on the front line, or for point defense of valuable assets and infrastructure. I suspect the latter is what they will probably be used for. In that case, they would be useful against the Shahed 136 loitering munitions. They would also potentially be useful against the cruise missiles in certain circumstances, depending on if they are properly cued to the bearing along which the cruise missile is approaching. They could be useful there. I'm not sure what the overall interception rate would be in that use, but at least definitely for the loitering munitions, they should be very effective.
Okay, good. I see we've got Constantine up. Hi, Constantine. Good evening.
Hello. So I heard the Avenger discussion. I wanted to add a thing that Avenger was widely discussed internally in the Ukrainian military, and this is the system that fits the I don't know the right word, doctrinally into Ukrainian armed forces really well. There is, as I understand, in Western, when people look at the system, it has somewhat, subpar capabilities. It seems like, has such a low radius. It does not, it cannot do too much. But what people fail to understand that the system is like with any weapon, you have to use it right. And the system, when we requested it, the idea was to provide short air defense cover to mechanized units instead of someone running with a stinger on the shoulder. Because stinger on the shoulder is actually pretty hard to use. You got to be really quick to use it. You have to be ready. You have to be pointing to the right direction with it. With the Humvee, it's all basically automated. And the key feature is that people don't really realize that you can keep it mobile until the point when you need it. And when you need it, for example, when you have an offensive operation, you can move it out of out of the spot and move it together with your team, providing air cover from the low flying planes and helicopters. And of course, it can, like, Shahed drones is not. I don't think it's going to be a problem. We just need to. The only thing that I have question is if it has what type of radar it has, because if it relies on a Doppler effect, then it would be a problem. But I'm not sure about that. But in terms of it, also a great system for defending point defense of the strategic and key infrastructure points, because it's designed by itself to intercept cruise missiles, and that's what it's perfectly capable of doing. And if you have your point defense, you can position it properly. And because Ukraine right now has somewhat pretty good radar capabilities, it can detect missiles flying like far ahead, like 15-20 minutes ahead. And if you have proper coordination, those units will be prepared, and they will be completely ready to shut down any incoming missiles. And it's really hard to do with the shoulder fire extinguishers, for example, because you really have to shut down a missile. You really have to keep it on your shoulder, pointing that time in the direction of incoming missiles all the time, because you have just a couple of seconds with the Humvee plus stabilized platform plus the radar. You can actually, you don't need to do that. You still have to be really, careful. I don't think it has automation like to shoot down every incoming target. I don't think it has. Maybe it has, but I don't know. But the only thing that what you would have to do is spend those 40 minutes, or 15 minutes that you're given, advantage by Ukrainian radar systems. You gotta watch your radar really close, and you would be able to shut down like 80% of the missiles, because if you have cruise missiles incoming, and the direction it's coming from, and you have such system, even with shoulder fired missiles, it's pretty straightforward to shoot it down. It just it's just the only problem. You have to aim it, and you have so little seconds to track it. And for people who have seen airplanes or helicopters flying on them on really low altitude, you would understand what I mean, because you really have this really short gap when you can fire when you can fire it. It's like, depending on your elevation, it's usually a couple of seconds. And this method, the radar system, allows it, to radar plus stabilized platform that actually has the launcher, allows it, to do it really easily. And so this system would be super effective for Ukraine. I don't know why only 4 systems are given in this package. I suspect that it's only, just guys, try it, show if you can do it effectively, and we're gonna give you more.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Konstantin. I think that system was retired, but John, I know your time is limited. Maybe you go ahead.
Thank you, Charles. I actually have a little bit more time than I thought I did, because the Artemis clock is currently going to hold. So I got maybe 20 minutes. But 15. But in any case, to Konstantin's point, what I would add to that is Avenger, much like manpads or the current manpad systems that are already in use, that Ukraine has been successfully using to intercept Russian cruise missiles, albeit with difficulty to the operators. One of the things that they've been able to exploit is the fact that when Russia has carried out these saturation attacks, even though the overall total may be, say, 90 cruise missiles launched, it's not really a true saturation attack in the sense of 90 simultaneously inbound cruise missiles. Rather, they're usually launched in a series of waves. So in this most recent strike, I believe, or set series of strikes, I should say, there was a total of 90-ish launched over the course of 3 waves. Previously, with the October 10th series of strikes, it was, I believe, 84, 85, again launched over a series of 3 waves, with each wave separated by an interval of a couple minutes. And so what that allows you to do is that takes away some of the negative impact that a true saturation attack of, say, 90 missiles would have on Ukraine's air defense network, because it isn't really a saturation attack with 90 cruise missiles. It's really 3 smaller saturation attacks composed of however many missiles are in each individual wave. And you have a couple of minutes between each one to recalibrate, and you aren't having to engage and calculate firing solutions for as many targets as at once. So it's less stressful on the radar's command posts in terms of their ability to do all that stuff simultaneously. Moreover, apparently the Russians have a habit of sending the missiles for the second and third wave along the same or identical paths or routes that they used for missiles for the prior wave. And so this is how Ukrainian manpads operators have been able to score successfully a great many number of interceptions against these Russian cruise missiles, because they will see a Caliber or KH-101 fly ahead on the first wave, and they will know, oh, in 3 minutes, there's going to be a couple more coming along this exact same path with a second and third wave. And so they then know where to pre-position themselves along what bearing to aim their weapon and then prepare to engage. And as Constantine was saying, though there is personal difficulty to the operator in doing that, because you're having to physically hold it on your shoulder for minutes at a time and be ready to engage with only a couple second interval to get that shot off, they've still managed to be successful. So imagine how much more successful they will be once they have an automated, but mechanized platform that's built onto a vehicle that the operator can literally sit in it with some joysticks. I'm not sure what control interface it uses, but some metaphorical joysticks to control it, press a button, and rounds out, you're good to go.
Don't forget the radar. Don't forget the radar that gives you, like, it's much better. You with your eyes, you can blink, you can fail, you can scratch your ass, while doing something, and you pull your back up, the missile is already 1 kilometer closer. So with the radar, you don't have that problem.
So one thing to remember there is Avenger doesn't actually have an onboard radar system. It just uses the infrared targeting system, infrared UV targeting system for Stinger. However, what it does have is it does have a system to integrate with other nearby radars with Sentinel, I believe, so they can queue for it. So they can tell the operator to point the weapon system along this bearing, and then go from there. Once the missile is within the line of sight, then the infrared and UV targeting system can acquire it, and the round can be fired. But there isn't actually an onboard radar array.
So what you mean is I got it. So the Avenger system, if it comes, if you have MQ, some kind of MQ, I don't know, 9. I don't remember all the names or specifications of the radars. But if you have that radar nearby, it makes your system, like, you can integrate it, and then you cannot integrate shoulder fired weapons with the radar. So that's I think it's a huge advantage.
Okay, Colby, and then Bernard.
Yeah, John is correct. Avenger can integrate with the Sentinel radar, which Ukraine already operates, so that's good. As for Konstantine's point about doctrine, if I understand correctly, the current TONE for a Ukrainian tank battalion has, as its air defense component, 3 guys with manpads in a BMP, because there is insufficient quantities of mobile short-range air defense units to outfit all the tank units. So if you're currently using 3 guys carrying man pads riding in a BMP, yeah, an Avenger is a very significant upgrade over that. So that explains why this is a system that Ukraine has been requesting for some time, even though that message seems not to have penetrated inside the Pentagon and the NSC. Hopefully, these first 4 units will demonstrate their effectiveness, and the United States will send 100 more afterwards.
Okay, Bionade.
And just to note that there is a big problem, like, the system itself does exist. There is a problem with it fires Stinger missiles, and there is a problem with the quantity size, as I understand that. Hopefully, there is enough to be supplied. But as far as I remember, that production of Stinger missiles have been stopped a long time ago. And right now there is a work to relaunch the production lines.
All right. Guys, I have a question. I've seen this video from the intercepted cruise missile, and as far as I can tell or describe it, it's basically hitting the missile right in the exhaust, and bringing her down. The question is, as far as I understand it, the S-300 system is more like a fragmentation warhead or a big explosion and bringing down the missile this way.
Come again, Bionade?
As far as I understand it, the S-300 system takes the approach of a fragmentation warhead. And the video what we have seen for intercepting the cruise missile and the nest from Kobe, that's a missile directly, looks like it's not some kind of fragmentation warhead. It's basically hitting the missile directly in their engine or in the exhaust. What kind of missile could this be, and is it a different approach? Are there two different approaches to this?
So yes, there are 2 different approaches. There's I'm not sure what the proper term for it is, but I would say there is the two approaches to it are what's known as kinetic kill and what I'm going to call non-kinetic kill. I don't know what the actual proper technical term for the second one is, but so with a kinetic kill system, the interceptor, or potentially what's known as a kill vehicle, which is usually a separate portion that will detach from the rest of the body of the missile and perform the interception itself, that will make physical contact at high relative velocities to the target, and the kinetic energy of that impact will destroy the target. That's a kinetic kill based system. The alternative is to just use a explosive warhead with a proximity fuse. That's the more classical approach. Most of the systems that Ukraine has and that are being supplied to Ukraine, as far as I'm aware, I think all of them are non-kinetic kill systems. They all use explosive warheads with proximity fuses. Kinetic kill systems are mainly, I don't want to say 100%, but they're mainly used in the realm of ballistic missile defense, not really traditional air defense against aerodynamic targets. The reason for that is the reason to use a kinetic kill vehicle for certain classes of ballistic missile interception is because it becomes relevant if you're trying to intercept ballistic missiles with CBRN warheads, chemical, biological, radiological, or nuclear warheads, and you want to avoid any accidental or inadvertent dispersal of the contents of that warhead in the process of performing the interception. So with a traditional proximity fused explosive warhead, there is a decent chance that the contents of whatever that warhead would be essentially dispersed over a large area as the target breaks up and disintegrates in flight as a result of the interception. Whereas with a kinetic kill vehicle, that dramatically decreased the likelihood of that happening, because it dramatically decreased the likelihood that you will inadvertently detonate whatever the onboard charge or fusing mechanism for those warheads is, which is the underlying risk really for that dispersal happening with an explosive warhead on the interceptor. And so with a system like, say, THAAD, and there's a few other equivalent systems, they'll have a kinetic kill vehicle that will go to the target, make physical contact with it at a high relative velocity. Kinetic energy will destroy the target, and there'll usually also be an algorithm on board that will attempt to target the kill vehicle to impact a very specific portion of the body of the target, usually aft of wherever the warheads are believed to be located. So that way it causes the missile to break up in flight, but more or less minimize the risk of a direct impact with the kill vehicle and the warheads, and thus minimize the risk of any accidental activation or detonation of the fusing mechanism on board or the dispersal of their contents. But that's kind of a niche application for ballistic missile defense specifically.
All right. And the video in the nest, would you say it's a kinetic hit, or it's more like a explosion and dispersion hit?
I think that looks like an explosive charge. It's granted there's the interceptor is coming in at a very fast relative velocity, but I'm pretty sure that is a proximity fused charge going off, or proximity fused warhead, I should say.
All right. Thank you, John.
Okay. Daniel.
Okay, two news about our neighbors. First, Moldova closed the border with Ukraine. They say there is a problem with database of Ukraine for customs, but it's weird. They said they will let the border open for people, but not for stuff on the tracks. And I'm a bit curious why they took this decision unilaterally to close the border, because if you don't know, their country is a transit country from us to Ukraine. And second is our Western neighbor, which I want to curse them and say horrible things about them, because they are morons, stupid, and assholes. So Hungary today will meet the Security Council of Hungary. And you'll imagine, normal, they are Visegrad group, they care about long history with Poland. And no, they will make the Security Council because Druzhba pipeline, which delivers oil from Ukraine to the Dalmatian coast and cross them and supply them with oil from Russia, is closed, and they don't have oil. By the way, they meet our foreign minister to talk about energy, gas from Azerbaijan, to help them because they are in deep doo-doo. But this idea, after Poland had some very tragic and painful for Polish people, 2 people killed by a Russian missile, you make a Security Council saying, we don't have oil from Russia. How bad for us. That is not horrible politics. That make Turkish attitude in foreign office to blush. Even Turks don't dare to be so morons like these damn Hungarians. Hungarians might pay.
Okay, thanks a lot. Yeah, I just want to thank John for coming by. I really appreciate stopping by to help us kind of understand this topic. Obviously, most of the night has been spent discussing this this rocket in Poland. But I appreciate it, man. But I'd like to move on to a few other topics. I think, like I said, I think we've dug pretty far into rockets today. Just want to pick up on a few things from the ISW report this last night regarding the military situation. Just a few of the highlights that I've picked out. One, so regarding Kherson Oblast and the left bank of the Dnieper River, again, I think, as we've talked about on the space the last couple of days, the Russians appear to be withdrawing from the left bank of the Dnieper River, at least some distance. We're not exactly quite sure. There are various reports on Twitter about things being liberated and perhaps that Ukrainian forces are already on the left side. We haven't seen anything convincing that the Ukrainian forces have actually crossed the river. But of course, there is a difference between Russian forces abandoning settlements and towns along the river and Ukrainians actually moving into them. So that appears to have not changed. I think that's still the same. Additionally, when we look at a couple other things, there's some interesting developments regarding the Pavlivka, so the front there between Donetsk and Zaporizhia, around the town of Vuhledar. One of the commanders from the Russian side, from the DNR side, has said that they were unable to implement attack plans on Pavlinka, and instead what they had to use was mobilized conscripts. We know over the past couple of weeks that the Russians have been taking massive amounts of casualties in that area. They've claimed to take the town a couple of times. They may hold it. It's not quite sure. It is next to a river, so it will be difficult for them to get across to the north. And Russian reports have said that because Ukrainians occupy the high ground on the other side of the river, is very difficult. These attacks have caused all kinds of trouble within the Russian military. This statement from the DNR forces commander only highlights how the Russians are starting to fight within themselves in the command and between units. Mill bloggers on the Russian side have continued to write very, very concerning messages from their side regarding the number of casualties in these attacks. And now we have some confirmation from the head of DNR forces that he and other commanders, this is what he said, or this is what is written, he and other commanders realized that the poor training of reinforcements and their inability to contact brigade commanders made their attack plans impossible. Point I like to highlight there is inability to contact brigade commanders. The fact that you cannot get in touch with a brigade commander says a lot about the constitution and status of Russian forces. A couple other items from around so Bakhmut holds, as it always has. There are footage of Ukrainian HIMARS strikes against the Russian base in Horlivka, which is located just south of Bakhmut. So still intense fighting along that line. The Ukrainian General Staff stated that the Russians are only allowing passenger traffic over the Kerch Strait Bridge, road bridge. So this is something we pretty much suspected for a while, that even though there was one standing portion of the road bridge, that the load classification of it did not allow for heavy traffic. This was corroborated a bit because we knew that the main Russian supply lines for including all of Crimea were going through southern Ukraine. And so that gave us indication that the Kerch Strait Bridge is unusable. Stories of large traffic jams in Mariupol, for example, trying to get supplies all the way down to the Crimean Peninsula. So one other item that I see here is, well, that's about it for today. Obviously, the attacks continue on the northern front around Kremina and Svatove. The Ukrainian forces appear to be getting much and much closer to not only entering the town of Kremina, located on the southern portion of that line, right on the Seversky Donets River, but also that Russian lines may be close to collapsing. The Russians announced that they will be that they are evacuating civilian personnel out of Lysychansk, Severodonetsk, and Rubizhne, which are the exact same things that they did shortly before Kherson fell. So that's kind of a roundup of what it looks like on the military situation. But of course, the biggest news for the Europeans just waking up was the large amount of cruise missile strikes on Ukrainian energy infrastructure. The Ukrainian air defense did a good job. 73 of 90 were destroyed, and the NASAMS had a 100% success rate of shooting down their targets. But of course, that still means that cruise missiles came in, and we heard last night on the space some of the interviews that we had and some of the callers, some of the speakers we had in Kyiv were talking about these strikes. So, and then of course the big political event that, or the big event that one or perhaps two of these missiles, one of them appears to be an S-300, which is an air defense, an interceptor missile, landed in Poland and killed 2 people. There have been lots of calls over the night between European leaders. Jens Stoltenberg, Annalena Baerbock, Macron, Zelensky, Blinken, they have all been meeting with their counterparts in Poland, in Ukraine, and there was a special meeting of G7 and NATO members, European Council President, European Commission, von der Leyen, and to discuss the situation. So that's kind of a rundown on what's been going on over the night here in Europe. I don't see any hands. I see Sav has been brought up. I'm not sure. Did you have a question or a topic, Sav?
Yes, sir. Well, I was going to talk about what was going on in Poland, but you kind of did a roundup to change subjects, and I don't want to redirect us back to a previous subject if that's not appropriate.
No, go for it. I was just, this is usually about a time when most of the Europeans are waking up. It's 6:05 Central European time. So just kind of giving a summary of what was going on, but go ahead.
Okay, thank you. It's late at night for me. So throughout the day, I've popped in and out of this space and some other spaces. And I've heard a lot of information about what's gone on in Poland, at least as much as I can as a casual observer. And I kind of narrowed it down throughout the day and the evening for me, in that, you know, there are a few possibilities. The ones that I could think of that were the most logical were, you know, Russia on purpose, Russia on accident, Ukraine on purpose, and Ukraine on accident. I tend to rule out the possibility of insurgents or terrorists because it's not something that we've seen in this conflict so far. The first thing I wanted to rule out, just because I think it's so evident to everyone that is in the spaces I'm in, I don't think it would make any logical sense at all for Ukraine to intentionally hit Poland for any reason. And the only reason I bring it up is because it's been an issue in previous conflicts in the United States where there's a lot of double crossing that happens, and you don't really know which way is up. But over the course of this conflict, and I've followed it since February, and I'm new to it compared to so many listeners and speakers on this particular space. But I've never seen an instance where Ukraine has intentionally been nefarious toward anybody who's been an ally toward them, whether it's via funding or anything else. And so that was something that was pretty quickly ruled out to me. And Ukraine by accident, you know, over the course of the evening, I understand that the S-300 system is something that, based on all of the people I've listened to tonight, very well could have inadvertently been chasing something from Russia and landed in Poland. And so that's a possibility that I now consider. But the two most likely things that I still think is either well, what I really think, because I'm biased and I admit that, is that my most likely consideration is that it was Russia intentionally, because, and the reason why I say this is because the G20 is meeting right now. And I don't know if they're making a statement and looking for some kind of response, or just to see how the world is going to respond to the way they're behaving. But that's the most likely scenario. I could also see Russia by accident because they're incompetent. But I could also see Ukraine trying to intercept and somehow that failing. So those were just kind of my thoughts. And earlier in the night when I was listening, I was cooking, and so I couldn't really pop in whenever people were talking about it. And so I wanted to give my thoughts and see if, you know, the way that I've arranged or organized my likely scenarios, if other people are in agreement with that.
Yeah, I think if I summarize on kind of what the others have said, I think there are some things that yeah, I think I put this in context of, you know, this was a large strike. Obviously, this was one event that happened in Poland, but you know, there were a lot of hits yesterday, and so I think that's why, you know, all of the communications from the Western leadership, including the Poles themselves, were saying, okay, let's investigate this. I'm pretty sure the Poles already have a pretty good idea of what happened. They do have, you know, robust radar systems all along the border, as you would expect on the NATO eastern flank. So I think that they do have a pretty good idea of what happened. But I think those are good questions you have. I haven't heard anybody on the space say, okay, it was definitely the Russians intentionally, or it was definitely a Russian mistake. And as we were discussing with John Ridge, you know, there's the question is okay, is it an S-300 that missed? Is it a Russian cruise missile? Tend to believe, based on the technology from what he mentioned, that, you know, because of the self-destruct mechanism on S-300s, and the way that this all sort of played out, there must be something adversarial, we'll say a Russian cruise missile in the area. But I think we will definitely have to see as more information comes to light. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I agree, and I think that I had heard that, or I've read that, not only does Poland have so many radars, or you'll have to forgive me, I'm a layman when it comes to these types of things, but they have the technology that tells them where things are coming from, you know, the trajectory and all of that, and a lot of that also NATO has access to. So I think there's going to be a lot of transparency in the process. And part of the reason for my comment, my question, is that whenever all of this happened earlier, that so many people that I follow on Twitter in general were so excited, and you know, they say invoke Article 5, invoke Article 5. And if it is an accident, or, you know, if it is some kind of inadvertent thing that is unfortunately unplanned casualty of war, my fear is that people will be reactionary and not realize that in the context of yesterday, you know, Ukraine was hit by 100 missiles, and that they're going to tend to um, be reluctant to. I just don't want them to get cold feet about something happening in Poland, that whether it was something that Ukraine, their missile system failed to intercept before it was supposed to, or whatever the issue may be. I don't want that to be something that people come back that are well-meaning. I know that there are going to be trolls on the internet, but people that are well-meaning, I don't want it to put a bad taste in their mouth. You know.
Nevo, that's really a good idea. But if we talk about this and put this out in detail and put this out in more detail in a space with like 700 listeners, you maybe could have the adversary effect. So I totally get you, and yeah, absolutely. The point is also we know you can use these S-300 missiles to hit ground targets, and it would be the easiest way for Russia to send a cruise missile, send S-300 back along, and saying, "Oh yeah, it was Ukrainian because Ukraine has also S-300." So yeah, it's a great way to stir up the pot, and yeah, that I would
Yes,
say
sir.
let's.
I absolutely agree with you that if I were to Russia, I believe, as nefarious as I think they are. Of course, they would love to do something like that, and so um, I don't know what has happened. Of course, whenever I heard the news, I'm like, "Oh yeah, we'll see. This is how they behave." But um, I just want to, caution everyone that it's not, oh, Article 5, because everything that I've read and seen and even heard in this space today is, hey, it's Article 4. Everybody is going to be talking. So those were just my thoughts. But I'm in support of Ukraine and everything they do, and so far I haven't seen a misstep or a miscalculation in the efforts that they've made, and so that's all I wanted to do. And I feel bad because I've come into the space way later than the the Polish missile conversation. So sorry about that.
Oh, don't worry. We will have this conversation all day. Don't worry. All right, Charles.
Just 1 second, Bionata. If I can, I'd just like to add one thing. I really appreciate you bringing that up, Seth, because yeah, I see all of this Article 4, Article 5 discussion on the internet, and that's really missing the entire point. These are just contractual clauses that we're talking about here. What the leaders are going to be discussing now is what is the proportional measured response that they want to make, and that determines on their assessment of what measured and proportional is. Which article it fits under into the agreement is semantics. And I have seen something where I don't have confirmation from the Polish Foreign Ministry, but I believe there is a meeting scheduled, and the Poles have specifically mentioned Article 4. But again, like I said, if we go down the rabbit hole of what these contractual clauses mean, I think we're missing the point. So thanks for bringing it up.
Yes, sir. I'll step down now. Y'all have a good evening.
All right, Charles. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, John, you're back up, and Christian has his hand up. Christian, welcome.
Thank you, Bionade. Hi, Charles, and good morning, everyone. Since you've mentioned that Europe is waking up, Central Europe is waking up. Eastern Europe is already up. It's 8:16. I actually sent you, Charles, in your DMs, communique from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Poland, which states the rocket, which means it's a singular rocket, was of Russian origin. It doesn't say from where it was fired and things like that. Only that the Russian ambassador to Poland has been summoned. Yes, they've convened an emergency, or not really, a Security Council meeting at 12 o'clock today, Eastern European time. Yes, they've appealed for Article 4, and the G7 was convened last night, or something like that, if my information is correct. And I do want to share, for example, and I'm pretty sure it was shared before because it's only morning in Romania, but Mr. Tyner has already said that Poland has an extremely effective radar, like really close to the Polish village that was targeted, and they absolutely know where it was from, who shot it, and plus that, it seems that some AWACS were in the air while all this was happening. So there is no nuance or confusion from where it was shot, to be honest. But of course, we really do have to wait for the official statements and the official confirmation. A thing that, for example, I actually appealed to last night, and I was absolutely almost skinned alive that I was appealing for official confirmation. Oh, it was the Russians. Oh, well, I know it was the Russians, but or maybe I'm biased, but I'll just wait. So in this regard, I still appeal for official confirmation, and we'll probably see today what's going to happen, or at least in the next couple of days. So thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Yeah, we will see what comes out of this. But John has a comment to this. John, please.
Thank you, Bianata. So one thing that's very important to keep in mind when considering invocations of various articles of the NATO Charter, be it Article 5, Article 4, etc., it's not as simple as a given NATO member state simply just in choosing to invoke Article 5 and all of a sudden, there is now a legally binding Article 5 obligation upon all NATO members. That's not how that works. There is a process through which if a country invokes, or I should say, if a NATO member invokes the Article 5 provisions of the NATO Charter, it first goes to the North Atlantic Council, which is a council composed of representatives of each of the NATO member states, or I should say representatives from the governments of each of the whatever the NATO member states at the time are. They must then unanimously agree to approve that Article 5 invocation, and only then does that Article 5 invocation become a legally binding obligation under the terms of the NATO Charter. So that's the general process. The North Atlantic Council approval, it must be unanimous. So if Poland, as a hypothetical, was to invoke Article 5, they won't, but just for the sake of demonstrating the point, if they were, in order for that to become a legally binding invocation under the terms of the NATO Charter, every other NATO member, the government of every other NATO member state would have to vote to approve that at the North Atlantic Council. And I'm not sure that would happen in this particular instance in any case. So that isn't really an avenue that is going to, that there's any real chance of occurring. I will say, just for some historical context, this has come up previously. If my memory serves, Poland, I'm not sure if they formally went through with the process, but they were going to invoke Article 5 in 2014 when Russia invaded Crimea. That went to the North Atlantic Council, and that eventually became an Article 4. And Turkey has tried to invoke Article 5 over random nonsense in Syria, God knows how many times, and that has gone nowhere, specifically because of the fact that North Atlantic Council, i.e. the rest of NATO's members, did not want to have anything to do with that, because that was a mess the Turks got themselves into of their own accord. So there isn't really a viable way for that option to be pursued to any meaningful extent. So we would see probably at most an Article 4, maybe some other measures, but just to really get the point across that this is not an Article 5 situation that we are in right now. It's just not.
Thank you, John. Yeah, I would absolutely see it in the same way. But we will see what we get today from Rammstein. John, what are you expecting from Rammstein?
More goodies. More of anything is good. Obviously, more air defenses would be very nice. Obviously, movement on any of the big mainline items, main battle tanks, IFVs, all that would be delightful. I'm not sure if it'll happen. I'm not sure if it's realistic expectation. I'm trying to be optimistic. In terms of specific items that we might see announced, I'm not quite sure. I suspect it will include some air defense assets and probably replenishment of, to some extent, of artillery shells, small arms ammunition, etc., various logistical items. And in terms of other major line items besides that, I'm not really sure. I don't really have the best insight into that.
All right, thank you, John. All right, dear listeners, if you have a question, if you have a comment, please request the mic, and we will most likely bring you up and have a conversation with you. All right, you're listening to the MriyaReport. We're 24/7 news space, bringing Ukrainian voices and voices of expert to you. If you want to support the cause of a good organization in Ukraine, please go to MriyaAid.org. They deliver non-lethal aid to Ukraine and support them in their fight against the Russian invasion. All right, Charles.
Yes, sir.
What do you expect from Rammstein?
Yeah, like John said, more goodies. Daniel mentioned this earlier as well, but the timing of all this just doesn't make sense. It just seems really stupid to me from a Russian perspective. I mean, you've got the G20 ongoing right now, so all of the key economic decision makers are there. The European von der Leyen is there. Jean Michel is there. Schultz is there. Biden is there. So Macron, you've got them all there. Canada. So I mean, there's literally the photo of them sitting around the table in response to this, and it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. In terms of if you are a rational actor or a pragmatic actor, and I know we've been through this discussion many times. I don't want to get into trying to analyze Russian thoughts, but you've got Rammstein happening, so this just seems to make it so much easier for Western leaders to overcome any kind of political, logistical, supply barriers that they may have. This makes it much easier for the Swedes to give the CV90s. And you and I, both living in Germany, were so frustrated with Schultz and Free the Leopards. But this is just one little thing that makes that easier. So I hope to see good things. This makes it just another example. I mean, this makes it easier for, Biden just requested another 37 billion in funding for Ukraine. 27 billion of which is military. It just makes it that much easier to get all of that passed. So goodies. Yeah, I would love to see. I would actually love to see some small stuff. I'd love to see NVGs, a lot of them, like Thomas Steiner mentioned in his interview last week. Owning the night and how important that is for winter warfare. I'd love to see that kind of stuff as well, not just the big ticket items like ATACMS.
Oh yeah, that's really an interesting point. I think on Monday the defense update from Great Britain mentioned it, that we have like we can expect in Ukraine like 14 to 15 hours dark time, and that's a hell lot of time to have some special operation forces and other units with night vision and thermal vision doing their thing, especially in the upcoming the upcoming actions we have all around Crimea. And let's see what we get. We have some hands up. Nale, please.
Yes, thank you. Charles kind of stole my point because I was just going to mention the Swedish press conference that is coming up in about half an hour, and it will be interesting to see what they send officially. And that's all I have for now. Have a nice day, guys.
I got a question for you now, because you've been monitoring this for a long time, and I'm sorry for stealing your talking your item there. But so what chances do you give this? How's it look?
Well, since I'm not Swedish myself, but I'm from the neighboring country to the east, so I don't know. Swedes like to paint themselves as a moral superpower in the world, so I don't know how that is going to affect military aid and what kind and how much, because they're so neutral it hurts sometimes, but they really aren't, which is also strange. So I'm not an expert in the subject, as you can tell probably, but I guess they'll be sending something at least, which is good.
So you said it's in a half an hour?
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right. Yeah. Konstantin, you want to add something?
Yeah, so there is an information right now that that oil refinery in Oryol, that's the city north of Ukraine, in Russia, was hit by UAV. It's around 120, 110 miles, and that may well be Ukrainian.
What was the name of the city again, Konstantin?
Oryol, Oryol, O-R-E-L. It's actually spelled. I'm looking, checking the Wikipedia how to spell it right in English. It's Oryol.
All right. Thank you for this, Konstantin. Eric, welcome.
Good evening, or good morning. Sorry. I'm just wondering what the speculation is on the Polish strike, whether it was deliberate, miscalculation, or accidental. What's going on with that? Or what's the speculation? It looks like, well, I don't know why they would deliberately do something like that, but again, we're all mystified by Russian thought processes, right?
All right. Colby, John, you want to take it? Sorry, your two avatars are a little bit look alike.
Oh, what's the question again?
Okay. Yeah, I'm just wondering what the speculation is on the Russian or the Polish missile strike. If it's deliberate, if you think it's deliberate, or was this an accident, or what's the thinking along the lines here?
I'm leaning relatively strongly towards accidental at this point. Some recent reporting over the past hour or so from AP, Reuters, etc., quoting, as per usual, quote unquote, unnamed U.S. officials are reporting that it was a Ukrainian surface-to-air missile interceptor launched from Ukrainian S-300 system that went astray while attempting to intercept a Russian cruise missile ended up in Poland. It doesn't comment on whether or not there was a Russian cruise missile either intact or post-interception that ended up on the Polish side of the border. So I suspect that whatever the underlying series of events was, it was probably accidental. Whether or not it involved a Russian cruise missile crossing the border is kind of the big question at the moment.
So there's a possibility that this was just a Ukrainian air defense missile gone astray.
Potentially, yes, while attempting to intercept a Russian cruise missile.
Well, that's probably good news if that's the case. But yeah, I'll certainly hope nothing more comes of this. Thank you.
John, there was reporting about 2 missiles into strike. Do we know anything about the second explosion? Was there a second explosion? Was there a second missile?
So the initial reports were of 2 explosions and potentially 2 missiles. However, all of the most recent reporting and the most recent statements from the Polish government and Polish foreign ministry and Polish president have all had singular tense. It has been missile or rocket. There has not been the use of plural words there. So that makes me think that there's the possibility that it was in fact only one. I would have to wait for more data to be certain, but that there's a distinct possibility of that, and that it was just a lone Ukrainian S-300 surface-to-air missile that just went astray while attempting to perform an interception for whatever reason.
All right, thank you, John. All right. John, have we heard anything about around the Kherson front and the left bank of the river?
Yeah, there's lots of stuff, but unfortunately, it doesn't provide a clear picture to anything here. It's the Russians are appearing to withdraw. How far they are withdrawing from the bank is open to is open to interpretation, I will say. It looks like it's at least 20 kilometers from the actual bank of the river. There have been some reports of some fortifications being created around the town of Bektiri, which is to the west. It's downstream. It's actually kind of I don't know. It's probably about 50 kilometers from Kherson, to the southwest, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense because they're still staying then in that low-lying area just across the river from Kherson. As Yehuda's pointed out, and other military people on this space, the most logical direction of withdrawal would be towards the southeast, back towards the Crimea, the neck of Crimea, and so on. You also have better ground there. You also have better defensive lines, so they do seem to be pulling back. The question is then, of course, well, what is left? Are they leaving small forces there? Are they leaving OPs, observation points? But we don't, and the Ukrainian armed forces have confirmed, or they confirmed yesterday, that they hadn't crossed the river, so Ukrainian forces are not there. Yeah, I think the ongoing thing, and we've seen a lot of videos from Kherson as well, as we talked about when it was falling, this is a very large area that they've taken over. They've bitten off a big piece of Russian occupied territory. And it takes some time to conduct clearing operations, demining main routes, checking for booby traps, bringing in humanitarian aid, repairing crossings, bridges, at least temporarily, we'll say. But that takes some time. There seems to be some reports that the Ukrainians have been able to reallocate some forces. So cleanup operations obviously don't take nearly as much manpower as actual assault operations. So not sure how long this kind of pause will be, how long it will take them to do that, but the Russians continue to appear to withdraw, but where exactly they're moving to, we don't know. And of course, the artillery that the Ukrainians are pouring on them is absolutely massive. Does that answer your question a bit?
Absolutely. It sounds the artillery sounds really yeah, really good.
Yeah, what's interesting from the Russian side is around Pavlivka. So this town, we've heard this little town's name. It's really just a tiny little village next to a river, and it's located on this Donetsk Zaporizhia front. So kind of between Zaporizhia and Donetsk, about 2/3 of the way to the east of that. And we know that there are considerable Ukrainian forces that have been staging in this area for quite a while now, seemingly waiting on the conclusion of the Kherson activities. And the Russians have been repeatedly, just like in Bakhmut, repeatedly sending in conscripted units, poorly trained units in uncoordinated attacks, and have been taking absolutely massive casualties. It appears that they did take the town Pavlivka, but that it's a goal with it's a prize with no purpose. Essentially, now they've got a town, and across from the river is higher ground where the Ukrainians are just raining down fire on them. What's interesting about this is the reaction that it is getting in Russian social media and within the Russian military itself. So not only is it tactically and strategically a worthless prize, but the effort that they have expended and the way that they have expended to try to take it is causing more damage than any kind of spoiling attack that they might have wanted to make. So just yet another head-scratching action by the Russians of their planning and execution incompetence. We'll see if they attack again tomorrow and lose another 2 BTGs worth of soldiers, because that's the rate they're going at right now, is losing about 2 battalions of soldiers a day. The casualty rates the Russians are taking are unbelievable.
Yeah, it's absolutely unbelievable if you see like every day in the update 500 plus that. It's yeah, it's hard to describe. I mean, if this would happen in some kind of a Western army or something like this, I wouldn't want to read the headlines. That wouldn't going on for like 3 days or something like this. There would be some kind of consequences at least. But in Russia, it's seems like business as usual.
Yeah, at least from the leadership point of view, it seems like that. But I mean, when you've got mothers putting together a convoy to go and pick up their sons from the front line, like we saw around Kreminna, you have really, really big problems. And we've talked about it multiple times: Russian morale, equipment, onset of winter, and so on. And it really is everybody just kind of looking at it, going, the Russian forces will break. It's just a question of time. And when we talk about breaking, I mean, we're talking about them in a massive way. It's not like the Russians pulled out of the Kherson pocket intact. It wasn't the complete disaster that we saw around Izium, but it was nothing organized. And the status of the forces that they have, I don't even know how you would even consider them, an organized army at this point. They've lost so much equipment, they lost so many people, and it was essentially just sort of every man for themselves to get across the river. and they seem to just kind of be wandering around in southern Ukraine at this point, getting hammered by artillery.
Absolutely, yeah. And this was the crazy thing was where I was really shocked. I mean, they announced this big retreat from Kherson. They're like on it like 22nd of October or something like this. So they're basically on it for like more than 3 weeks. And after they finally got out of the city to the other side, or left much of equipment and left many people there, they just go back to Novakakovka and other areas around it, and getting absolutely hammered. And they cross over to the left bank and um, stay like 5 to 7 kilometers away from the river, and they're getting absolutely hammered. I mean, if they plan a retreat, they might have planned for the artillery range the Ukrainian have. I mean, it's nothing new. It's they do it all the time, and no, they retreat and stay 5 kilometers away from the artillery, from basically in mortar range. And I think there was a hit on a building full of 100 plus soldiers, and there were high losses, and I absolutely don't get it. What kind of people are planning this operation? But I guess it's Putin personally.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. That it's him. It may be. There seem to be things that they're doing for political, or how do I say, status reasons. But you're exactly right. I mean, I can understand. They didn't even get out of mortar range. I mean, much less 155, and of course they'd have to go all the way back to Crimea to get out of HIMARS at this point. But and I can understand the Kreminna-Svatove line. I can understand why the Russians would need to hold that, because if they break, they're basically all the way back to Starobilsk for their next defensible terrain feature, and that's a long way, and it causes a huge problem for their supply lines if the highway and the rail line through Starobilsk is within 155 range. So I can understand the desperation to hold that, but the desperation or the reason for holding directly on the left bank of the Dnipro is beyond me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, dear listeners, if you have any question, any points to discuss, any comments, please request the microphone button, and we will have a nice conversation. So I'm just pulling out the map here. Give me 1 second. So charts. You heard any news? Anything interesting?
Yeah, actually, I have a question for you, Bionade. This is about German politics, if it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I mentioned earlier that I haven't seen any official response from Scholz regarding the events in Poland yesterday. Baerbock, yes, but not from Scholz, which is just pissing me off. But have you seen? I know that the FDP has been the major push for support in Ukraine within the current coalition. Have you seen anything from the FDP recently?
Honestly, I'm not monitoring the German politicians that much, because I think most of them could make an impact, but I see how Baerbock is behaving, how the Greens are behaving, and how the FDP is behaving, and it's they could do more, and they don't do. And Charles, absolutely. I earlier wanted to comment on this thing with Olaf Scholz, and haven't read anything about it. I remember several incidents where Olaf Scholz did not respond in time, and it usually took until the next day or the next morning when any event happened. Yeah, it's I think it's not only that he is not in time or doesn't have a good social media team or something like this. This guy is just don't want to respond in time. It's his tactic. He waits out and goes with the flow of the stream of the river, basically. And yeah, it's really annoying. It's yeah, it's kind of what we have seen from Merkel, but you remember Merkel was always like a person who wanted to yeah, everything will be good and we do it together. And Scholz is another kind of guy. He has an approach which is really yeah, kind of mathematical approach, really yeah, really an approach which is focused on, oh, what do I get out of this? Not what does Germany get out of this, or what does someone else get out of this? What do I get out of this? And yeah, I'm what he does get out of this is I'm Bundeskanzler, and yeah, happy birthday, Herr Bundeskanzler. But yeah, it's nothing great for our German political system. And yeah, I don't know, Charles, if you had the impression that there are much charismatic German politicians we have yeah, in the Bundestag, or in basically in more than kind of local politics.
Yeah, I mean, so my impression, I actually like German politicians quite a lot because they tend to be professional, and I compare it from my home country in the United States. So they tend to govern, which I like. But your point about Merkel, I mean, that was kind of my question. Is, Merkel was famous for reading the way the winds were blowing before moving, but then she would move. She would take her a long time, but once she saw where everything was headed, then she would move. And that's kind of my question here: is Schultz kind of cut from the same cloth, but then he also doesn't move?
uh, uh, Absolutely, I think it's a consideration of him to yeah, just basically steal Merkel's move and yeah, do it like yeah, wait everything out and look where the wind is coming from. But yeah, he is a guy who needs a tornado to move him, possibly. And I understand your way of thinking about German politicians, that they can govern and they're some kind of professional, but yeah, they're basically, I would call it, they have no passion. And if you want to govern, we have many bureaus and yeah, you, government agencies where can work, and German bureaucracy has great jobs for you. But sometimes I wish we had some more charismatic politicians who also know how to govern, who are competent. And yeah, I mean, we often see it, that there are people who know how to deal with all the bureaucracy and some things like in Germany, and they have contacts and something like this. And I mean, von der Leyen turned out to be a great leader for the European Union, and has a great impact. But if I remember the early 2000, let me guess, 2011, around this, the times was or was it 2008? Yeah, she tried to block the internet access and all these kind of things. She wasn't really successful as defense minister because it wasn't really her resort. And yeah, that's a big problem. We often have people who know how to do things, and how to run things, but they don't have so much experience about the matter they are talking about. If you look, for example, our defense minister at the moment, as a defense minister, she is really yeah. she's not really into the Bundeswehr, and she has no knowledge. And I mean, possibly she tries to get better at this. I doesn't really follow these events this much, but yeah, Mrs. Lambrecht, yeah, I mean, I wish there, at least in this time, there would be someone who can talk a little bit more excessive with more knowledge about all these topics.
Yeah, I understand, and I agree with you on von der Leyen. It looks like she got the job she was good at. But I think we may be boring people with our internal view of German politics. Maybe let's go to Carlos. Help us out.
No, I was very fascinated with it. However, I did want to go back to something that you mentioned. So I just literally got back probably about 30 minutes ago from flying a close air support mission for training for the Marines out on the West Coast here in California. And you were talking about night vision devices, and we fly with them out here, and the guys on the ground in the ground scheme maneuver also have NVGs, and it does just completely change the way that you can conduct combat at night. And you mentioned that. The thing I'd like to also add to that, the equipment that should go with the NVDs for troops, ground troops, is the PEC systems, right? So, and I'm sure you probably use those, the AN PEC2s, which are basically the laser target pointers that go onto the rifle itself. Because with NVGs, it's great, you get some situational awareness, but you need to be able to employ your weapon as well. And that was one quick topic. And then I have a follow-up, but if you just want to talk to that one first, Charles.
Yeah, that's a great point. And I don't know, from when you look at it, it just seems like such a simple thing to give them NVGs. I'm actually surprised that it hasn't been done already.
Yeah, I know that there was some unfounded concerns about because they're just so prolific. Not even just, I mean, if you think about it, even ISIL was using them, and the Taliban, for example. I mean, you can get them. So I think it's a very. I know that a lot of them are on the way, but I don't know why it's taken so long. But as basically for that one, the second piece I was going to ask, and I don't know if this has been covered today yet, at least within the circle here, but the U.S. CIA director, William Burns, was in Kyiv today, meeting with his counterparts as well as President Zelensky. And on Monday, he was actually in Turkey, meeting with his Russian counterpart, Sergei Naryshkin. So, again, the Kremlin said that this was taken by the initiative of the American side, and it does mark the highest level of a public meeting between, U.S. and Russian officials since the invasion. I don't know if you guys had read any more about that, and it's interesting that they're pretty much back to back.
Yeah, I did see that report. I don't know too much about it, so I can't really speak to it. But I do want to come back to one thing you mentioned on the NVGs, that was the IR laser sights that are attached to weapons. Konstantin and I were discussing this a while back, because Konstantin, obviously a veteran of that conflict, and he said that using things like that was really a no-go, because in a lot of the conflicts that the Americans were in, the opposing side didn't really have night vision equipment at all. But in the case of the Russians, they do have some night vision equipment, and especially if they're using tanks, they can see all of that, and the laser points both ways. So that was why he said those would not be helpful on that point. But regarding the CIA meeting, I don't have too much. I don't know, Bionade.
Sorry, I missed this.
The CIA director met with his Russian counterpart in Turkey. Is that right, Carlos?
Yeah, absolutely. This there were I think on Monday there were some reports, but I don't have any any more informations and details about this. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's really well, and obviously CIA director, you're only going to know about the meeting itself, and there's not going to be a whole lot of press released other than the meeting itself. But it's interesting that was Monday, and then Tuesday he's in Kyiv meeting with President Zelensky and the Ukraine counterpart. So I don't know, just again, I think it's significant because of it's high level official, obviously, and not just anybody, not just like a delegate. CIA directors are used for a lot of different reasons, but again, he met with both of his counterparts on opposite sides of this conflict.
Yeah. I hope maybe we'll discuss it later later today. I'm not sure, but there will be more news. But Bionata, I am going to need to step out. It's been good working with you this morning. But before I go, I just want to remind people of Ferlane and MriyaAid's special fundraising for the 4th Rapid Response Brigade. Really, these guys, I'm absolutely in awe of what they have done all the way through this war, from Hostomel, Rubizhne. They have been in every hard spot in this war, and they continue to be in that spot. And I'm so happy that MriyaAid is doing something dedicated for them. So if you donate to MriyaAid, add RRB to the note, so that it's purposely dedicated to these brave heroes that are absolutely they're kicking butt, and they need to keep kicking till the Russians are gone. Thanks, Bionata, and I'll turn it back to you.
All right. Thank you, Charles. Have a good night, good day at work, whatever you planned. And with this, I will welcome Joseph.
Hello, Bionata. How are you?
Oh yeah, I'm fine. Up early this morning.
Indeed, it's been great watching you become a co-host, buddy. It seems like you've become sort of Doman's Sith apprentice, is how I look at it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the point is, if Domin is it's really feeding him information and making quick comments. It's it's easy peasy. All right. Dear people.
No, it's great. I love it, buddy. You're doing a great job. I will leave it to you, but if you ever need me to step in or say anything, just let me know.
All right. Thank you, Joseph. Dear people, I would ask you to be so kind and please retreat to space. It's Wednesday morning, 9 o'clock in Kiev time, and we have up Ice-T21. Ice-T, you have a question or a comment?
I just have a quick question. Obviously, I've been reading I went to bed looking at what happened in Poland last night. And then I woke up this morning and I was just wondering if there's any updates. I've briefly scanned what's going off on the internet, but obviously I always come here to get the correct information because you don't know what's going off. I prefer to come here because I believe everything in here is more reliable than what you read on the internet. I did read I don't know if it's an official report or anything, that Biden stating that it could have been a Ukraine missile that got, I don't know if they tried striking down a Russian missile or something. So I was wondering how that would affect things if it is true, or do you guys know if it is true or it's not true? And what time is the meeting today? When we find out what will happen, and do you guys believe in here it would be Article 5, or it would be more stronger weapons for Ukraine and them patrolling the border closer to Poland, please?
All right. Yeah. As far as we have information, and yeah, it's nothing 100% confirmed, but it's suspected that it was an Ukrainian air defense missile which tried to shut down, most likely a Russian cruise missile or something like this. But there are not 100% confirmed reports about this. Yeah, I mean, what matters for me is the causation. Yeah, Ukraine doesn't purposefully would shoot a missile into Polish airspace or got a law on Polish citizens and on Polish ground. So this is nothing what would happen intentional. What's the cause of this? Most likely was a Russian missile. So we know who is to blame. And yeah, I mean, we have seen yesterday the big missile barrage in all over Ukraine, over 100 cruise missiles and other things. And it's yeah, it's really time to step up the game, in my opinion. The question is, what will come? Yeah, today is a Rammstein meeting, volume 7, and as far as I discussed it this morning, most of the people think there will be more goodies, more vehicles, more systems for Ukraine, possibly more air defense. Yeah, and I mean, I personally would love to see closed skies over Ukraine, but we discussed it lengthily that this is a direct involvement of NATO troops most likely, and yeah, but we will see what is coming. To the other point, Article 5 is absolutely out of the race. It's nothing. Which is like basically triggered by some events or something like this. There's a process and a meeting of the council, and then there will be a decision. But yeah, as I think John or Colby mentioned earlier today, Turkey, for example, asked multiple times in Syria for a NATO Article 5, not a NATO Article 5, and yeah, nothing happened because it was absolutely had no basis at all. So what most likely would and can happen is the Article 4, and Article 4 is basically discussion of NATO partners, how they can support, what they can do, and what the next steps are. And possibly we will see this in kind of form, most likely after the Rammstein meeting in the next few days. Shaggy, I will come to you in 1 second. I just want to know, ISD, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yeah, it's kind of I agree with what you obviously I understand and everything what you're saying, but didn't what confuses me that NATO said if it's an attack on Poland and they find out it's an attack on Poland, obviously you can't say that yet, or I don't think none of us can say it until NATO come out and say what they after saying this meeting. Didn't they say that's attack on all of NATO? And also, what time is the meeting UK time, please, if that would be possible? And that's the last question. Thank you very, very much.
Yeah, just a moment. I have to look it up because I don't have all the numbers in my head. Rammstein. Nope. I will write you later a message if I absolutely know the correct details. But I think it will be done in the next hours. Shaggy, please.
Good morning.
How many hours from now is it, Bionades? Sorry, do you know that?
No, I have no idea.
Okay, so it's in. We think it's in a few hours. I think is it like 3 or 4 hours or something?
Yeah, most likely. I mean, it's 8 o'clock in Germany. Usually, if some kinds of conferences starts, I would say not earlier than 10 o'clock. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't. I'm not sure if the conference for itself will be streamed or something like this. I think we are waiting for a kind of press conference. Oh, I just got a message. 4 hours from now. Okay, so
Gotcha. Okay.
At 12 o'clock.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, I didn't
Jo-
mean to interrupt,
Joseph
Shaggy. Yeah,
says.
go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, no, absolutely no problem, Joseph. Shaggy, please.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks. Good morning as well. I'm just wondering what everyone's estimates or what the latest estimate on how many precision cruise missiles that Russia has left after the last ISW report. I think they put it at just under 20%, if I read it correctly, which makes it, by my calculation, around about 170 to 200 they had then. And if they've launched about 100 now, they just sprung through half their remaining cruise missiles by my calculations. So they've only got about 70 to 100 left. Does that tally in with your calculations or anybody who's listening?
I wish Dr. Paul was here with a spreadsheet about all this, but yeah, sorry. I Constantine, did you want to add something? Go ahead.
So you had your numbers were about which missiles? Could you repeat that? Because you started talking and I got my interest, but I missed most of what you were saying.
Yeah, the last Institute of War report came out maybe about 4 or 5 days ago, said that the Russians had less than 20% left, which by my calculations put that at around about just 200 or maybe a little bit below, maybe 170 to 200. And then after last night's bombardment of about 100, by my calculations, that would mean they've only got between 70 and 100 left at the moment, which seems quite low. I'm just wondering what anybody else's calculations are on how many they've got left.
Okay, so
And in terms of the type, Constantine, I think you said precision guided specifically. Sorry, go ahead, Constantine.
Yeah, so when we're talking about I just want to make sure we're talking about the same report that and understand that we're talking about the same missiles. There was the latest estimate that was made by, and the most probably reliable, was made by Ukrainian intelligence service that stated that Russia has, I don't know, 170 or 180 or 190. I don't remember exact number, but in upper hundreds. Russia had only 170 of those Iskander missiles. That was stated a specific Russian missile. It was not stated like they only have total of those of all their missiles. And for example, in this attack, they used basically H-101 missile, and they have a lot of them in their stocks. They're not as precise, but they are still effective. It's still a missile, and as you can see, they struck, even though a lot of them were intercepted. Ukraine, we lost power in almost all major cities. So keep in mind that Russia is, during the Second World War, Russia had, during the Cold War, Russia had 30%, not Russia, Soviet Union, had 30% of its GDP dedicated to the, maybe even more to the military. And it was, directed to producing the missiles. And the stocks of those missiles are pretty high. It's not Iskanders, it's not the latest tech, but it's still, those are not missiles that are produced by some kind of, those are not arrows shot from, bows by Neanderthalians. Those are, still effective missiles that maybe not as precise, but they carry a lot of payload and they can deal devastating damage. And they have numbers of those.
Yeah, I remember reading early September ISW report saying they had 43% of the 101s and 44% of the other cruise missiles, and only 13% of Iskanders left, and that was September. And then they had their big barrage in October. I don't know how many Iskanders they were, but it might have actually been that Ukrainian intelligence report where they said they had less than 20% of precision. They didn't actually state, as you said, they didn't actually state which ones, but because not very many Iskanders were used and they were all cruise missiles used in the early October bombardment, then from my calculations of what they did then, that's how I got to what the intelligence reported as well, 170 to 200 left. And then with this 100 being shot now, that's why I'm thinking maybe 70 to 100. And with the Iskanders, okay, they only had 13% left in September, so they've probably only got about maybe 15% left now. I'm just doing back of the fag packet, and I've got a little spreadsheet going.
Well, I think like most of those calculations are taken out, are not precise, and no one really knows the real numbers. With Iskanders, it's a bit easier, to calculate because you understand the capacity, and you understand the latest capacity, and you understand how many been shot. But with one-on-ones, for example, it's much harder because no one knows actual numbers that were produced. Those numbers were, kept in secret pretty well, and Wikipedia does not really give you the numbers that we hope, and it's not. It just, they cite some sources that really, if you dig a bit deeper, they are not as I would say ones that you would trust for 100%. So I personally think that's my wild guess that I don't think anyone interested, but I will still say it. I think it's around they would have around 700 of those missiles H101s. The number is not anywhere to be depleted. It's just that they have to spread them. Russia is an enormous country. They have to spread them. They cannot waste them absolutely every missile into Ukraine. Because there is a doctrine they would have, and to change the doctrine to deplete the stocks, and they will have to pass a special law that will be seen. And so I honestly, personally, don't see them running out of those missiles. 7 number is pretty low number if you consider, that you can launch 700 per day, but still, it's a lot to cause damage.
The
Thanks
other
very
point,
much.
the other point why the assessment is really hard to make is we know there's a failure rate of these cruise missiles. This is why Russia diverted to mostly start them over the Black Sea and not to start them directly out of Russia or Russian airspace because there's a failure rate. I think I read something like along the lines like 20% or more are failing at the launch to start the engine and everything, and just dropping down, and these missiles doesn't really get count, I guess, and that's because it's most likely hard to count. Konstantin, please.
Yeah, so we worked with old missiles in Ukraine a lot because we have the storage of those, and indeed the rocket fuel and does not and the missiles the electronics of the missiles produced 30-40 years ago is even much more like 40-50 years old. Electronics, they tend to have lots of failures. There was in Ukraine, for example, even for Tochka Uz, we had to call Russian before the war in 2014. We would call Russians to inspect them and verify them. there are procedures for that, and usually, people like to diminish Russian capabilities. I don't, because we're facing them every day. And I know that Russians do have those, maintenance capabilities. They were maintaining them, but of course the failure rate is still there, and it's like. But I strongly disagree with that. It's 20%. That number is like comes out of nowhere. It's like it's not true. If you would have 20%, you would have so many reports from Russia, of those missiles exploding. And it's just, I mean, I don't buy the large fail number would be 5 to 10%, but 10% would be absolutely, I would be happy if it's 20% for them. But the reality on that is usually different. It's like, just once again, I cannot prove it. I don't think anyone can prove it, because but it's just common sense and experience from us launchings. The old missile says it's not 20%. It's probably around lower than 10, so like in anywhere between 5 and 10. But once again, that's cannot be proven.
All right, but I mean, 10% are 10%. Yeah, I mean, out of 100 missiles, most likely there were 5 to 10 that didn't even launch correctly. If we set this matter. All right, we're getting Edward up. Yeah, but Shaggy, to your question, or to your comment, I think there was a reason why Russia was asking for and wanted to get ballistic missiles from Iran. It's not like they don't have any missiles more to shoot, but like Konstantin said, they need absolutely for their tactical defense and something like this. They need the rockets in this really big country. But on the other hand, I mean, wouldn't be the first time a Russian a guy in the storage says, "Oh yeah, here we have 1,000 rocket left. It's not a problem, and we have enough. It's you can take it all." And when someone comes to check, yeah, there are not 1,000 rockets left. There are no rockets left. So yeah, this is maybe another point we need to consider. But maybe Edward can, shed a little bit more light into the darkness. Edward, please.
Well, I actually have, thank you, Bernardo. I have a little summary of the Swedish press conference from the government, if that is of interest.
Absolutely, please.
All right, let's do it. Well, as it was 3 parts that Ulf Kristersson, the PM in Sweden, announced. It's a humanitarian package of about 70 million euros from Sweden, and it's mostly money that will go to the UN's World Food Program and other infrastructural programs. So that's one part. And the second part was a military winter package, which, to be honest, I had no high hopes here. And but according to the Prime Minister Ulf Kristersson, they have listened to what Ukraine wants, and Ukraine wants air defense systems. And so Sweden will deliver air defense systems to Ukraine. But not specified according to different security reasons. The value of the winter package was I just have to to translate to euros, it was 300 million euros, and it is, as I stated, there air defense systems that will be sent, not specified, and it's different terrain vehicles, winter gears, tents, clothes, all specified on winter conditions. So that's about it. And I know a lot of you guys listening to this forum had more other stuff, but we don't know yet. We don't know, but that's what's specified. So regarding military systems, it will be some kind of air defense system sent to Ukraine. So that's in short, Leonardo.
Thank you very much. So no archers yet?
Not no archers mentioned anyway. As I joke with another Swede, we might have to look for pictures from the battlefields, I guess, for the archers.
all right.
Yeah.
All right. I get you. Yeah. But it's yeah. Every head which is coming is needed, and yeah, the focus is clearly on air defense systems, because we see what kind of success Ukraine has with their campaign, and the problem is that we need to close the sky. So Joseph, do you have any news?
Well, it's been quite a day, of course. It's we're still waiting to figure out exactly what happened, but I think the bottom line here is that Russia launched a major missile barrage on Ukrainian targets of some kind. Well, I should say, launched a massive barrage on Ukrainian targets today. In general, I think it was like 100 missiles, as was mentioned, on civilian targets, and as a result of that, something happened, right? So at the end of the day, obviously, this is all comes down to Russia's illegal and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine and its constant attacks of missiles on civilian targets in Ukraine. I think that's part of this. So I did notice that the the UK Ministry of Defense update is available now. And so I wanted to maybe bring our attention a little bit, maybe towards Kherson a little bit, which was the big story, of course, before this recent news in Poland. So the report reads, the Kakhovka Dam on the Dnieper River, and again, for those listening, the Novokakhovka Dam, it's near Kherson. If you kind of go northeast of Kherson city, there's a dam upriver on the Dnieper, and there's a city there called Novokakhovka, and there's the Kakhovka Dam. So the Kakhovka Dam on the Dnieper River is the site of a major hydroelectric power plant, as well as providing one of the two main road crossing points of the lower reaches of the Dnieper River. Ukrainian precision strikes have targeted the site since August, successfully disrupting Russian military supply. We watched that with our mouse hanging open. On 11th November 2022, the site suffered further significant damage, almost certainly because of controlled demolitions by retreating Russian forces. We saw the satellite footage of that, as well as some video. This was likely done in an attempt to hinder future Ukrainian advances. That was our sort of assessment as well. This is like my editorializing here, that it seemed like the Russians didn't want to destroy the whole dam because that would flood them out, but they didn't want the power generation capability of the dam and the ability of the Ukrainian forces to cross the dam. So that was like their best effort to do that, to find something in between. And then the final point is 3 spans of both the road and the rail bridge on the northern end of the dam were destroyed, rendering the crossings impassable. However, the 3 spillway gates below the section of the dam remain largely intact. The current level of damage is unlikely to result in major flooding downstream. So I think, that's the end of the update. The question is, like, what do we make of all that? I think, moving forward, I don't think it's going to be that difficult, at least from the people we've talked to who know things about engineering, to put some kind of a bridging type deal on that thing. This isn't a pontoon bridge, which is a much more complicated endeavor. This is a pretty simple type of bridge. I don't remember exactly what Charles called it, but it's like a bale bridge. I think it involves, it's like a bale of hay almost. You kind of roll it out, but I don't know exactly. But the point is, there are ways that militaries have to cross these gaps and things, and it might be possible to get across there. I think it's an open question whether or not Ukraine has a big intention of doing that. And so I don't know. I'm maybe want to ask Konstantin. Konstantin, are you familiar at all? What do you think is the military situation in the South right now? I mean, I think we've heard a few different reports. One report I've heard is that basically Ukrainian forces are sort of harassing and degrading Russian forces with kind of light drone strikes in the South. They're trying to, the Russians are trying to dig in and defend the Dnieper as like a, defensive position, but they're just sort of getting harassed and they don't have a way to really fight back. But I'm curious about your assessment based on your understanding. Go ahead.
You mean over the Dnieper River near here in Kherson Oblast?
Right.
Well, it's we have some artillery left there. I will not say which units are staying there, but it's definitely there is. Ukraine needs to keep up the pressure to make sure that Russia also keeps their troops there, because we want as little of the troops to be moved to the other regions. But that's about it. There is no river crossing. There are some special forces operations. They were there since the beginning of this war. We've been doing operations over Dnieper River for a really long time. People don't know it, but we've been doing those operations from southern part of the Dnieper, and all the way down into not up to Aleshki, but up to northern parts of near Novakhovka. But of course, right now there is absolutely new, area of operations that Ukraine has, and you can imagine if you look at the map, south from Kherson, south from Stanislav, you will see it's literally like small islands, small rivers, small streams, like a marsh ground, sandy ground, and like canals and canals of small rivers. It's perfect area for SOF operations. Those are happening, and those will be happening. In terms of how much of those operations are actually to to cross the river and take those towns, I will not comment on that, because there are people who want to portray it as something else. I don't want to step into the argument with them, so I will leave my comments regarding that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Konstantin. I think that was a very fair assessment, and it's always good to be a little cautious with what we know. I think there were definitely a lot of very optimistic ideas floating around. I'll put it that way in the early days after Kherson was liberated, and it's good to maybe be pretty grounded in our understanding. And as you said, for both operational security reasons and just kind of be assessing the situation reasons. So I'll turn it over to Bionade if you wanted to follow up. Otherwise, we can go to Dr. Paul.
Oh, please, let's go to Dr. Paul.
Hey, thanks, Joseph. I got a question for Konstantin. So Konstantin, back around August or September, I think there's, some reports that, the amount of ammunition that Ukraine received was like the largest ever for 155 millimeter ammunition. So that's for artillery, right? And I guess my question to you is kind of given what you said a second ago, kind of relocating, current forces from Kherson to other areas of Ukraine, wherever that may be. But I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are on how that's, given that Kherson is kind of stable because it has that defensive line of the Dnieper River. Do you think, the ammunition is going to be able to kind of flow more easily eastward towards Bakhmut and other areas to kind of improve the situation there?
So there is no. The problem with ammunition does exist, but it's like general. Imagine that you cannot say someone who has one gun. You imagine you have 10 people with the I don't know, AK-74s and 1,000 rounds. You cannot say that these 5 guys will stay without rounds, but those 5 guys will have 20 rounds per per sort of 200. It's you will have 0, but those will have 200 rounds for their guns. You cannot just you have to distribute that somewhat evenly, because you would rather distribute the guns themselves than the ammunition, because supplying ammunition is just as complicated usually as moving the artillery, SPGs, self-propelled guns, or the howitzers themselves. It's not because there is a lot of bureaucracy. People don't understand that you have to have a unit. It has to go through the centralized, stocks. It has to be accounted for. It's not like someone calling, "Oh, give me 100 rounds over here," and the guy saying, "Oh, just meet me over there and take them over, and I will pass them for you." There are procedures and there is accounting, and there is also not only accounting and procedures. Well, I mean the procedures, mm, they have to go through the higher level of command that will have to like agree that, okay, we need those shells over here instead of over here, or we can degrade this unit from the shells and give it to another one. It's it does not usually work like that. You're not taking shells from one unit to another. And the supply, if you're talking about the supply routes, they are pretty well distributed. There is no problem with the distribution from the centralized storage facilities, because Ukraine is a large country. It's not like we have only 5 places where we can store them. They're properly distributed, and it's not a problem to deliver them to the actual units that are firing them. It's more of a problem, just the number of them, and the deficit of the shells is really high on absolutely every axis. But the deficit of the guns themselves is even higher. Because, for example, to perform what people don't understand, to do the Kherson offensive, Ukraine had to, like, in near Donetsk and near Bakhmut, we really had almost 0 artillery. And when someone, the units are not being supported by artillery, or being supported by really old artillery that has really worn out barrels that are not hitting the targets that they need to hit. I've heard that from multiple people operating drones. Usually, the drone operators are the people who possess the most information, and that's the reality. You question if that's going to change with Kherson offensive. I think it will change a bit, but just a bit, because Russians, they had a lot of artillery equipment, and it's going to be transferred. It's not going to stay in Kherson, on the other bank of the river, because and even if it stays, for example, Ukraine would have to keep its equipment as well, because that would mean that they have intentions to do something over there as well, and to cross it back, or you have counter battery works, and you will have to keep that in mind. So this victory would be, it's a victory in Kherson, but it's not like Ukraine has destroyed completely the entire battle group that they had over there. So I would say that the scale is not gonna change that much. We will see more. We will 100% see more artillery in the east, in Donetsk, and probably near Zaporizhia. But I personally don't believe that it's gonna be like, okay, now we have 200 more howitzers and 15 HIMARS working.
All right, thank you.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Austin. That was great. Really appreciate it. And I guess, just a quick follow-up is, about the, I think it's 12 to 20 French Caesars that are on the way to Ukraine. I kind of, at this point, my guess is those are going to rotate in while the originals rotate out to get reboard, or whatever the term is, maintenance, and reboard the barrels. Or do you see that these new Caesars are going to be additive? What do you think that impact will be overall? Because I remember when they first entered the battle space, that it was like a big deal. It really did have like a kind of like an immediate impact on counter battery fire on Russian artillery positions. So, I mean, do you kind of expect like that to have like kind of that to happen again, or do you think this is more like a replacement of the originals, while the other ones get maintenance done on them?
So I would, first of all, I would say that a new weapon on the ground, and new strategy to use it always, brings an initial shock that has a great devastating effect on the enemy. Then the enemy usually learns how to deal with it, and like, for example, okay, let's dig deeper, let's spread out more, and then in next period of time, like months, you don't see that much of effect as first 2 3 weeks as with Caesars, or our other precise artillery. So I would say that adding, even if that's an addition to what we have, it will not be like same effect as we have seen at the start. It would rather be more like there is a horizontal scaling, there is a vertical scaling. This would be a horizontal scaling. When the Caesars were given at the start, that was a vertical scaling where you have much higher hit ratio. Right now the hit ratio is pretty good, which it would give more horizontal scale. We would hit a bit more targets instead of just hit more harder. So because they learned, and right now the big question is the ammunition that we're using, and the reconnaissance information that we have. Right now there is a big problem with drones as well. People don't know about that. We know the positions, but the drones that we send, we have to correct artillery, we have to get really close. And the Russians have been shutting down the drones pretty well if we go deep into their ground. That's why there are a couple of projects that are working on getting the drones that can fly deeper. But in general, I would say that those Caesars, the moment of where they did so much critical damage have passed. Right now, it's more like to sustain the pace that they have. And also, I would say that of course there are some broken of them. There are broken Caesars, and some of them were destroyed. There are some confirmed destroyed howitzers, and there are some unconfirmed ones. But this is a war for people to understand. It's not like it's not something that means, oh, Ukraine does not does not use them well, or Russians are superior. No, the scale of war is really wide. It's really huge, and you expect to lose the guns in the war. Any equipment, almost any equipment, is expendable, and you lose it. And there are howitzers, Caesar howitzers that were lost. So I would expect that we lost some of them, so that would substitute them. And since we learn how to use them, the rest of them would be, to have this reserve, basically. Remember that the guns are not given just, okay, just take 50, 20, whatever. You have, for example, one division that's equivalent of artillery battalion in the United States. And for example, we say that we need 18 howitzers to operate it, and we have 18 howitzers to constantly operate it. And of course, we have one destroyed. We need to substitute for it, to have a substitute for it, to our broken. We need to have that, and because we learn how to use it, it's better, to have, and they break constantly, and it's all right that the equipment gets broken all the time. That's all right. It's not like something, it doesn't mean that the howitzer is bad or Ukrainians don't know how to use it. It's just equipment during the war, it does break. And we, for example, said that we need 3 howitzers to just keep them at base, so we can substitute them, and pull one back for repairs. It may as well be the case, because the war is not it's not like you've got 20 howitzers and 20 howitzers shooting each day. It does not work like that.
Constantine, while we've got you here, I was just wondering, first off, we've got a lot of new listeners, so I would ask people, please do retweet the space, let people know we exist. We are a very nice, happy family here, but that does mean we tend to all follow the same people. So if you're new here, you like what you hear, we do appreciate you letting other people know, maybe in your circle, that we are constantly here 24 hours a day. We're people from all around the world. We're volunteers. We just provide information about Ukraine. It's so great to have Constantine here, who is someone who was in Ukraine in 2014, who was fighting in the initial Russian invasion for Ukraine. And he's always here to give great analysis for us. Well, not always, but he's here when he can to give us a great analysis. And Constantine also is connected with a lot of the units in Ukraine, and he does fundraisers for them. And so I would urge people maybe give Constantine a follow as well. And Constantine, I just wanted to ask, are there any current active fundraisers you wanted to let people know about? Go ahead, buddy.
No, we just finished the fundraiser to get it going for our guys in 92nd Brigade plus Foreign Legion. It was actually Foreign Legion fundraiser, but we had a bit extra, so we're gonna use that extra for 92nd Brigade. But that fundraiser is pretty much, it's gonna be over in 44 hours. But we reached the goal already, so there is no need for donations unless you really want to support 92nd Brigade, which is the extra is going to go to. But yeah, we're done. Absolutely, I'm really thankful that you mentioned this fundraiser.
Yeah, thanks, Constantine. So yeah, I just recommend people give Constantine a follow when he's got any fundraisers for any particular brigades or units. He'll let people know, and yeah, he's always great for that. So, Bionade, I believe there was something I was going to. Oh, we have the conference in is it press conference? I guess we'll say we have the press conference in maybe 3 hours from now, or 2 hours from, no, sorry, 4 hours from now. Is that what we think?
Yeah, at 12 o'clock German time, it's in 3 hours and 12 minutes.
Okay, right. And sorry, I would just remember in thinking about that, I was confusing myself about, like, we're waiting for the actual conference to happen, and then there's going to be a press conference after. So I'm imagining, like, the reality is 4 hours. Do you understand my logic there?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not sure how long the conference or whatever will take, but yeah, I guess so, but I don't have the complete
Yeah,
information
no
about
worries.
this.
Just thinking about it. Yeah, so just letting maybe our audience know that we might have a little bit more information about what's going on in maybe about 4 hours. That's like kind of our thinking. Beyond that, I already mentioned retweet the space. As Constantine said, he's got no active fundraisers right now. Of course, there's always MriyaAid.org. Of course, we here at the Maria Report, we're run completely by volunteers. There's also a separate organization called MriyaAid.org, and we're just big fans of theirs, and we promote their work. They're a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine in Canada. And they do their absolute best to get things like bandages, tourniquets, body armor, drones, thermal vision, night vision, mine disposal equipment, firefighting equipment, vehicles, armor for vehicles, all kinds of great stuff that Ukrainian soldiers and civilians need on the front lines and to protect and save lives of civilians as well. So please do check out MriyaAid.org, see what they're all about. Like us, there's no overhead costs, there's no administrative costs involved. That means that 100% of all contributions and help goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid for Ukraine and sending it. We here at the Maria Report, we don't accept any money, we don't monetize anything. There's no buy Bionade a cup of coffee or Joseph a cup of coffee. But of course, at Maria Aid, they accept donations both in kind and in contributions, and all of that goes directly to helping. There's no cell phone bills or administrative costs or salaries or anything like that. So we definitely encourage you to check them out and give what you can. So thank you. Carlos, I was wondering, are you still awake, sir? It seems not. It happens on the Maria Report, but luckily no snoring. Bionade, we might have a question up here. Did you want to go to our possible question?
Oh yeah, I would love to go to our possible question. Nali, please. Nali, do you have a question, or you just came up to chill with us?
So while we wait for him, you're here.
Yeah,
So
I'm here regarding the Swedish aid package. I listened to some of it, and to the tune of 300 million euros, there will be more air defense and humanitarian aid and winter gear, but no archers yet. So that's where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Nali. Were you going to say something, Constantine? Go ahead.
So I wanted to say that there is air raid alert all over Ukraine right now. So we expect another batch of Russian missiles coming in.
Thank you. And Constantine, I noticed last night there was, I believe, I read a report that something like 100 missiles were launched and maybe 86 were intercepted. Was that roughly accurate? Did you happen to read that?
So I will not comment on the numbers intercepted or launched, and it's something that I don't do. Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. I was just, it always impresses me the number that are able to be intercepted, but unfortunately, some do get through. They hit civilian targets. They hit things like power generation, heat generation, and of course, unfortunately.
I can tell you that it's true that Ukraine intercepts more than 80%. That's really true. I turned out I had a friend who was a radar operator. He's not anymore because he's in the hospital. They got the radar got struck. Their position got struck, and he's in the hospital. But I spoke with him, and he said that it was really around 80%, and they are really successful.
Thank you very much for that information. It's very, very useful firsthand information. So thank you. I think it might be a good time to let people know also who might be listening that you can in fact participate in the Maria Report. You can come up, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen at any time. That will bring you up here. And then in the center of your screen, there's a little heart icon. And in the far right, you can raise your hand. that will let us know you have a question for the panel. We will do our absolute best to answer any questions you guys have. So please do press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Come on up, and we will do our best to answer any questions you guys have about the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So Bionade, you were asleep, I think, for all the craziness, but we had kind of a crazy day. Do you know what happened? Tell me, from your perspective, what happened yesterday.
Yesterday. Oh God. Yesterday. I don't know where to start. Let's start with Lavrov leaving the G20 summit just shortly before barrage of around 100 missiles was hitting Ukraine. I think there were multiple waves incoming of rockets. I'm not sure about the casualties, but I read at least one casualty in Kiev, sadly, and yeah, more infrastructure was hit. But I just read the info that at least critical critical infrastructure like hospitals and such things have electricity now back on in Kiev. Then the crazy thing with the rocket in Poland happened, and basically, I guess it was all night long discussion about Article 4, Article 5, and whatnot. Joseph, please. What did I miss?
So yeah, there was that, and then also, I went to sleep. I always around this time in about 30 minutes, I hand things over to, of course, the indomitable Doman, who is now up by coincidence right now. It's like a ceremony. It's like I think of it as like the India-Pakistan border ceremony. There's like a dance, and there's like all this formal, there's like a formal handover. And in that time, I like to promote the guests, because Doman always has wonderful conversations. Or not always, but usually it's Doman who's having a conversation, because he's such a brilliant interviewer. And I promote our guests. So I remember last night I was going to sleep and I was doing the handover, and I tried to promote our guests, but it was like, we're not sure what the guest was, or we weren't sure on the time, so we didn't want to promote until we had a solid time. So I was just like, okay, well, there's a guest. I don't quite know what's going on tomorrow, but oh well. And I went to sleep. Then I woke up, Doman, and it was just pandemonium. From the moment I woke up, it was like what we had basically a hero, an actual hero of Ukraine here. Someone who fought, if I understood correctly, in Azov. I was asleep for this, in Azovstal, and was then held prisoner by the Russians, tortured by the Russians. Gave like a firsthand account of that whole experience here. Then we had the chief of staff of the Helsinki Commission in the United States come here, which is, again, kind of mind-blowing. He's apparently a fan of ours, and he was very kind. He stayed here for a very long time, answered tons of questions, and was very, very gracious and helpful. And so it was a long day yesterday. And then, of course, as Bionade said, we were talking about Poland and what the heck was going on the whole time. So, and of course, a lot of people just kind of stopped in, right? We had Caleb Larson here. We had Rip Rawlings here. We had Colonel Spencer here. We had Yehuda here, of course. We had, all sorts of people coming in just to kind of say hi, say, oh, what's going on with this Poland thing? And also say, oh, wow, you got the chief of staff of the Helsinki Commission here. Oh, Chuck Ferris here. It was just it was a crazy day yesterday. And it was really kind of, for me, it's the reason I put a lot of effort and work into the space, right? It's really impressive. So, of course, my fellow co-host, Bionade, go ahead, and then we'll go to Doman. Bionade.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Joseph, this I didn't know you were speaking about this madness. I thought you were speaking about the other madness. You missed.
Oh, that's fine, buddy.
You missed Chef Rosé. He was quickly jumping in.
Oh shit! Yeah, Jose Andres came. You're right, Bionade.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I was up and with excellent. I was like, oh shit, fuck my life, what's going on? Yeah, and yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a panel did we have? I mean, Chief of Staff of the Helsinki Commission, Conor Spencer, and I don't know who whatnot, and it was really amazing. Yeah, and what a great night.
Yeah, absolutely. Delman.
Yeah, and Joseph, you didn't even mention that Twitter glitches had us crash, I think, 3 times in a 20-minute span. So that's fun. Sorry, that's maybe a little bit too much of how the sausage is made, but that was very frustrating. Joseph, has the situation around the missiles that struck Poland been clarified at all? Last I know is 8 hours ago, 9 hours ago. Very much.
Delman, no. I would say the short answer is no. In my understanding, the sort of short answer, the explanation we're being given right now is that in about 4 hours, the result of a conference that's being held, the Article 4 conference, I assume, there will be a press conference about it, and that was where we might get more information if we will get more information. Bionade, is that roughly accurate?
Yeah, I guess so. Nothing substantial now. And yeah, the question is when will you have the press conference, and how long will this endeavor go?
So, Delman, I wish we had more for you, but unfortunately, no. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, that's fair enough, right? Let's just highlight this. It's going to be Article 4, not Article 5, because I think people don't immediately jump to Article 5. And even Article 5 is not an automatism. There's just some reminders to be issued, which, many people here, I think CJ was among them, and many others were trying to, hey, people, calm down. That's not how it works. Just chill. It's not World War III yet.
Yeah, I would say tempers ran hot earlier in the evening, but I would say people cooled off. I would say by mid-evening. Would you say, Bionade? What do you think? What was the vibe? You remember the early vibe was definitely, oh, we're under attack, Article 5, and then later on they chilled out.
Yeah. I mean, the vibe got already bad after the attacks on Kiev and all over Ukraine, and after this incident, was like the last drop who crashed the mood a little. But we have days like this, and we have days like where we can celebrate the liberation of Kherson, for example, and some days happen, but it's nothing what will beat us down, I guess.
Yeah, I think everyone's still just confused. Like the information just keeps coming, or not keeps coming out, but all the information seems sort of conflicting, and it's like kind of an open question, like what happened. There's a lot of ways to interpret it, so I think everyone's just still kind of confused about what happened exactly. So I think eventually, kind of the passion about it maybe dissipated more into confusion, but I think we'll get maybe some clarification once the obviously everyone's been said we're investigating, obviously, and it's going to, I think, become clear once the results of this conference, I would assume, are made public, at least what parts of it will be. So Bionade, unless you have any follow-up, we can go to Christian.
Yeah, please, Christian.
Well, it seems that apparently Poland withdrew its request for Article 4 meeting per Teddy Schultz's tweet. So, yeah.
Well, what a day we're going to have ahead of us. It looks like another day we're going to have ahead of us, Delman.
Wait, they withdrew the Article 4. That's interesting. Okay. Right. Can you tell us more, Christian?
Well, it's just this is just the tweet. You have it, Bionade and Domen, you have it in your DMs. I do want to say that all of this was just such a overblown media storm, and a lot of people spoke about all these things that will happen, including myself, and I'm sorry for it. And I'm just really mad at myself that instead of going with my instinct to keep calm and shut up, I just laughed about potential things that are going to happen, which seems it's not the case anymore. Even though, regardless of what's going to happen, if it does turn out to be a Ukrainian fired rocket, it's still the point that Russia is attacking a sovereign and independent nation, and it's still the point that because of its illegal war, this spilled over into a NATO country. So I'm just gonna say it to myself. I'm not gonna say it to anyone else, but I'm gonna try from now on even more to just go with my instinct and be more cool.
All right. Thank you for this input, Christian. Yeah, I think the point here is Ukraine doesn't purposefully shoot any missiles against Poland. That's mostly clear for all of us, or absolutely clear for all of us. But the reasoning why they would shoot a rocket, at least in the direction, is absolutely clear. That Russia provoked this missile barrage all over Ukraine in different waves yesterday, and the cause for this incident is clearly the Russian invasion, and that's the way I think this whole thing will be spinned, and surely it is better to stay calm, and I wish we all could do this, but sometimes it's also the effect of many people being euphoric, being angry, and we are all people, or most of us are people which are at least empathic persons, and I wouldn't beat myself down for this, Christian. So thank you for your input. We have John Howard coming up. John, you want to add something?
So real quick, I just wanted to say real quick that I'm looking down on Doman right now. It just doesn't feel right. So I'm gonna hop down and I'm gonna let Doman take the co-host seat, and then all will be right with the world. John, please go ahead. Sorry to delay that.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to say I don't think anybody should beat themselves up. The initial reporting out of Poland was that they'd been struck by 2 Russian missiles, and that then evolved very quickly into a meeting of Poland's National Security Council, or the equivalent body. So people were reacting on the basis of the information that was being provided to all of us. And yes, there was the caveat that, well, if this is a Russian attack, then these are the likely things that can spin out from that, which is how we got to Poland basically turning around and saying, okay, well, there's going to be a request tomorrow for NATO Article 4. We don't know more than the Polish government, so we can only react to what we can react to that's put in front of us. So yeah, I don't think anybody should be beating themselves up at all.
All right, thank you very much for this input. Christian, please go ahead.
Yeah, well, thank you all for these general kind words, and they are well received. The point is, in my case, in my position, because it is sort of my domain, I have to really be precise in what I say, because people read what I write, and people listen to what I say, and unfortunately, in my case, I wish I would have. I'm still gonna beat myself over it. I didn't say many things, but I did. I did imply that these were Russian rockets, and it seems that it's only one rocket, and it seems that it wasn't even fired by Ukraine, and this is because look, let's not beat around the bush. I don't like Russia. I hate Russia. I wish Ukraine would kick them out like yesterday, like 100 years ago. I wish this is all wishful thinking, and I wish they would just stop, go back to Russia, and they would just pay for everything. They would be trialed and prosecuted for the conclusions of the trials, and just leave Europe and the whole fucking world forever, and just sit in their backyard toilets where they shit, and just leave civilization alone. This is why I'm really mad, because I'm biased. I'm sorry for my cursing, but I'm just sick of it. And if I'm sick of it, which I'm in a safe position. I'm talking over my phone from my desk. Yeah, those people are dying over there, and we have to beat ourselves up because we don't know which rocket and whose rocket landed and killed 2 other people, because a dictator and its cronies and its people. And I'm sorry that I'm not in the team of it's just Putin and his cronies and it's just the official government. No, it's not all the Russian people, but most of them. This is what they do. So all of this is because these animals, but I won't call them animals because animals, I like animals, and animals don't do this shit. Don't fire rockets, don't murder people, don't torture people. Yeah, don't beat them with a sledgehammer. This is why I'm angry. I'm sorry for my rant.
Yeah, okay, Christian. But thank you for your input. Anyways, yes, sometimes we have to let loose and get this all out. All right, Domin, very welcome. Top of the morning.
Good morning. Okay, so shall we run through the thing that probably Christian's kind of frustrated with, but I think we should run through where things stand. So it's not clear exactly what it was that blew up at Przewodowie in Poland, right? The crucial thing to remember is whatever blew up wouldn't have blown up had Russia not invaded Ukraine. That really is the baseline point. Whatever blew up would not have blown up, and we can say this with 99.99% certainty, had Russia not launched a giant missile salvo, actually several giant missile salvos at Ukraine yesterday. Whatever blew up would not have blown up had Russia not been targeting something awfully awfully close to the Ukrainian-Polish border. There are targets there that are likely for them to be hitting, specifically when it comes to electrical infrastructure in the area. And people say, oh no, it's not a big enough power plant to be hitting there. That's nonsense, because Russia has been hitting small and mid-sized electrical generation facilities elsewhere in Ukraine previously. Why wouldn't they go after this one? I really don't know. The important thing is that there is an appropriate response by NATO allies. An appropriate response doesn't mean sending missiles against Moscow. Definitely doesn't mean that, right? What it does mean is to expedite conditions for this not happening again to come forward. That is done best by additionally equipping the Ukrainian military to kick Russians out of Ukraine and to make future missile salvos against Ukraine much less tenable. Many things can be done all at the same time. Air defenses are good, necessary, indeed essential. Many more of them. At the same time, Ukraine can also incorporate ground fighting vehicles, be they main battle tanks, be they IFVs, the lot. Ukraine needs many more of those. Ukraine also needs ability to reach further behind Russian lines, to more effectively and more quickly be able to kick them out of Ukraine. Remember, a military expends a lot of stuff on a daily basis. Things that militaries use are large, bulky, and heavy. They need lots of large, bulky, heavy things in order to continue fighting. The more you intercept their logistics lines, the more you destroy their logistics lines, especially further back, the more difficult it is on them to continue fighting. This is where longer range missiles, such as, for example, a large quantity of ATACMS, in the hundreds, would make a big difference. It would also make a big difference in destroying Russian air defenses, say in Crimea, and honestly, within the territory of Russia, within Rostov Oblast or Belgorod Oblast. That would substantially free up the Ukrainian Air Force to do even more and better things. So all of those things together is the appropriate NATO response. Give them more things to kick Russia out of Ukraine more quickly, and the possibility of yet another event like that remember, killed 2 people on Polish territory, the territory of a NATO member state, of a non-belligerent, whatever it is that minimizes the possibility of that. We've already had, a few weeks ago, a Russian cruise missile crashing down in Moldova. Now, luckily, no one was injured or killed in that one. Right? There was only property damage. Now, there were missiles crashing within Polish territory. Whatever missiles they were, doesn't really matter. We know why those missiles were crashing there. That's because Russia was targeting something close to the Ukrainian-Polish border. That's something, probably electric infrastructure, if you ask me. Maybe something else if you ask someone else. But I really don't see anything else in that immediate area that would make nearly as much sense as that. So again, whatever missiles were that fell in Poland, they fell because Russia launched a missile strike that included targets in Ukraine near the Polish border. The appropriate response is to arm Ukraine to the teeth. Hopefully that is what gets decided on today, and then in Ramstein 7, which I think is that tomorrow, Christian?
I don't have information. Is it tomorrow? What I wanted to say is that according to a news agency, a Turkish news agency, the final declaration came out, but I didn't, per a couple of sources, official sources, but which I hate. From now on, I won't quote anything like that again. It's clear. I didn't find any final declaration of the G20 summit, but according to them, in the final declaration, it stated clear that the request, it's not really a request, that Russia should immediately withdraw from all Ukrainian territory and cease this war. So, yeah.
Today, Christian. Apparently it's today. I just found the press briefing from the Pentagon from yesterday that said that the 7th meeting of the Ukraine Defense Contact Group will be tomorrow, hosted virtually, which, that was yesterday. They said tomorrow, therefore today it is today. Joanna.
Yes, thank you, Doman. So I totally agree with what you said previously. This accident or whatever wouldn't have happened if Russia wouldn't have launched a salve of missiles, more than 100 missiles on the Ukraine territory yesterday. I just want to make 2 points. This affected also 2 other countries. Strangely, it affected Hungary because one missile hit a power station that was used to power the pumps that are sending the oil through the Druzhba pipeline. So basically, the delivery of oil through that pipeline was stopped yesterday. I don't know if they managed to to make it work again. And secondly, because of the infrastructure that was hit in Ukraine, the electricity in Moldova was deeply affected. It had to be they had to make an emergency shutdown. Sorry, I'm not. I didn't take my coffee today, so they just. I'm trying to find exactly what they said. So it causes the mass power outages in Moldova. The Isakcha-Vulcanești power line supplying the electricity to Moldova was automatically disconnected as a safety measure. So yesterday there were some problems, even extended problems in Moldova. So this action by Russia affected 3 countries yesterday, in a way. So
can you tell me which connection between Moldova and got cut or got stopped rather than cut?
So it was a power station in Ukraine that was hit, and because of this, the Isakcha-Vulcanești power line was disconnected. And even the
So it's actually in Romania, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, because everything, this is a network, so everything is connected. And because of an outage in one area, the problem was that even Romania could not supply Moldova with electricity. It's very complicated. I can find an article with more detail about it.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll try to find it. What I wanted to note is first that it affects other countries, and second, all this talk about Poland is very sad. It's really very sad that people die and a country that is the NATO member was hit. But let us not consider normal that a dozen missiles or more, 20 missiles hit Ukraine, and more than 100 were launched, and well, luckily 70 or 73 of them were intercepted. This is not normality for missiles to be launched and target civilian buildings and infrastructure in Ukraine. I feel like we are accepting this now. Okay, they can hit Ukraine, but they cannot hit Poland. I know that I'm exaggerating, but this is not normal and it should stop. That's what I wanted to stress out. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. No, exactly. Again, what were they targeting yesterday? Let's run through this again. Missiles fell, or missiles struck, rather. Missiles struck residential buildings, and missiles struck more infrastructure, more power generation and power transmission infrastructure. That's what they were going for. Again, this is very much a pattern. The Druzhba pipeline, the southern branch, let's clarify this. The Druzhba pipeline flows from Russia to Belarus, and then it splits into 2 branches. The northern branch, branch number 1, I think, goes from Belarus onto Poland and then eastern Germany. Branch 2 splits off from Belarus and goes through western Ukraine and then to Hungary and Slovakia. It kind of splits right at the Ukrainian, Hungarian, Slovak tri-border. So this branch 2 that goes through Ukraine, that's been supplying Hungary with crude oil, got turned off yesterday because of a drop of pressure, because one of the pumping stations, it seems, within Ukraine lost power and thus pressure dropped within the pipeline because of a strike, because of a Russian strike on a Ukrainian electricity generating power plant nearby. That then meant that the pumps could no longer function because there was grid instability, blackout, etc. in the area. So that's what happened with the southern branch of the Druzhba pipeline. My understanding is it has not restarted as yet, but the Hungarian government and the Hungarian pipeline operator are hopeful that it will be able to start again soon. So there you go. That's that on that one. But you can see, and also from what Rihanna described, with Moldova being affected as well, this is what happens when you have an interconnected grid, right? And we know why there is an interconnected grid. It's only right that there is an interconnected grid, because normally there are all manner of benefits from it. Here, it just makes it particularly clear and transparent what the effects of the Russian terror bombing campaigns and the destruction of civilian infrastructure really have. And it makes it more transparent in more countries because it, causes issues in other countries as well. Moldova is already in big trouble when it comes to energy this winter, and when it comes to energy now, frankly. And that's because the Russian-occupied eastern sliver of Moldova, called Transnistria, houses most of energy transmission and energy generation infrastructure. And that effectively allows the Russian occupation authorities to cut off the bulk of Moldova from energy. They have also cut off the bulk of Moldova from natural gas imports from Russia that Moldova was relying on for whatever reasons, for whatever stated reasons. We know the actual reasons to cause instability in Moldova, and incited mass funded protests by the Kremlin of various friends of the Kremlin in Moldova trying to get rid of the government which wants to put Moldova on a path of a free, democratic European country. And even attempts to stabilize Moldova, to provide Moldova with electricity, gas, but here principally electricity coming from Romania, that relies on an interconnector that goes in part through Ukraine, and that makes it more difficult for Romania to do so, as we've seen yesterday in what Joanna described. Right. Nevertheless, of course, this still does not compare to the missiles hitting Poland and killing 2 people. Right. That's happened again, almost undoubtedly, because of a strike on electricity generation transmission infrastructure, an attempted strike on electricity transmission infrastructure by the Russians very close to the Ukrainian-Polish border. Joseph?
Gentlemen, I'm afraid I must leave you to go to sleep, but I must ask, I'm afraid to ask, what does my day look like tomorrow? Do we have any guests? What's going on? What's going on today?
Sorry, what's going on today? Where?
I mean, do we have any guests lined up for your time, Doman?
I don't think so. Not for my time, that's for sure. But hey, yesterday we learned of the chief of staff of the Helsinki Commission got scheduled while I was here already. So these things happen. People that are often very busy have very full schedules, and then see, oh, I have a gap here. Let me come talk to some people on the internet who are very interested in what we do. That's why. That's how things happen. So much more reason to pay attention to the space. Check in on the @MriyaReport Twitter account regularly. Check the MriyaReport.org website regularly, because otherwise you might just miss a very interesting guest somewhere.
Yeah, thanks, Doman. MriyaReport.org. That's a great idea. But also, it's good to know that I think I can go to the grocery store today. I wanted to go yesterday, but then Russia hit or something happened where this Poland thing, and then of course we had all this other stuff going on. So yeah, it's good to know. But in the meantime, I wanted to know or let our audience know that we do have 2 segments coming up on Thursday. So not tomorrow, not today, but the next day. And that is going to be first. We're going to have Ivana Stradner's segment with a special guest, Ian Garner. Ian Garner's also been a guest on our program. He's fantastic. He's an expert on Russian culture, Russian media. He translates a lot of Russian stuff. And just great guests. I mean, Doman's interviewed him before. Fantastic. Of course, Dr. Stradner is always a fantastic interviewer. I'm sure that she and Ian will have a lot to talk about. That is going to be 6 p.m. Eastern time. So that is again on Thursday. And then later in the day, we've got Bullet Points with Chuck Fair. That will be, I would say, the first formal segment. We, of course, we're going to roll that out today, I'm sorry, yesterday. But again, Chief of Staff, the Helsinki Commission arrived. So, Chuck sort of was around for that, and it was very fascinating. And also, it was great to have his insight there as well. But we should have maybe a more formal rollout of that segment tomorrow. So I'm Doman. I'm so messed up on time right now. But anyways, we've got two great regular segments. These should be appearing kind of every Dr. Stradner's is I think every 2 weeks, and then Chuck is going to be every Tuesday, Thursday. So kind of we should get more used to the pattern of that. And then last but not least, I wanted to let people know, please retweet the space. Let people know that Europe is here. Doman is here to answer all your questions. Honestly, you can finally get some satisfying answers. I've been saying, wait for Doman. He'll let you know what's going on in Europe today. And of course, his dear apprentice, Bionade, he's a great guy. He's been very, very helpful coming here. Getting a lot of hours under his belt co-hosting. I think he's been doing a fantastic job. Please do come up, ask any questions. You can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. Let people know come up and ask any questions for our panel. And if anyone has any questions in your life, you can ask them, and they'll let you know, and you can ask us. I'll put it that way. Please do join the discussion. It does help. Let us know what people need to know about what's going on. Last but not least, also, please check out MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. It is run completely by volunteers, just like us on the Maria Report. That means that 100% of all contributions go directly to procuring non-lethal aid, sending it to Ukraine. So do check out the website, MriyaAid.org, and do see what they're doing. And if you can, and you're so inclined, please do support their efforts. So thank you very much. I will leave it there, Doman. Have a great shift, buddy. I will see you when I wake up. Slava Ukraini.
Hello, Slava. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if I can get some Swedes up, maybe we can go and deconstruct the press conference that Sweden had this morning, saying that they were sending a lot of some air defense systems as well as ammunition for air defense systems, some personnel carriers, unclear what type. I'm very, very curious as to what type, if anybody would have an intimate knowledge of what Sweden has in its stock knows. A lot of winter gear, and then a large humanitarian package. So there will be 300 plus million euros going, so 300 million euros of military aid, and another how much? 70 million euros roughly of humanitarian aid. So 300 million military, 70 humanitarian. But the most important thing, I think, was the end of the press conference when the defense minister of Sweden, Paul Jonsson, was asked the question of what were the archers, and said there will be a separate package announced for ground fighting equipment. So one presumes that will be rather soon, and for some reason they're wanting to keep us guessing somehow, somewhat, which is a bit odd. But maybe that will come after the Ramstein 7 meeting today. I don't know. Maybe, hopefully, hoping that's how it will come forward. But no Swedes as yet, right? I'll do another call out for Swedes in maybe half an hour then, if there aren't any right now. Very well. Bionade, shall we have a look? at the daily casualty report numbers that the Ukrainian General Staff puts out, and that list how many Russian personnel and equipment were liquidated over the past 24 hours. Shall we have a quick look at that?
Don't. I think this is a really good idea.
Well, so 630 liquidated Russian personnel, slightly less than a few days ago, but this would be considered exceptionally high. You know, most days, most weeks previously. It's been for several weeks now. It's been over 500 every day, bar one, I think. Coming very close to 1,000 on some days, with many days in 600, 700 range. This is a much quicker rate of dying by the Russian troops, I guess. About double what it is on average on a daily basis over the course of the war. So no, that's a very, very substantial increase. A lot of that is something we discuss with CJ every day now, because every day there is a new specific report on some unit of newly mobilized forces of the Russian Federation invading, stationed in Luhansk, primarily around Svatove, that are being just completely destroyed by a combination of Ukrainian artillery and just insane tactics, frankly, by their superiors, because they send untrained, and I mean genuinely untrained troops, bar the fact that they were at some point put in a train to get closer to the front, if that counts as being trained at all. It doesn't. Spoiler: it really doesn't. And the Russians just sending them out to literally soak up bullets, with these mass charges, or just telling them to just go, yes, go and sit in a straight, narrow, shallow trench, and wait there. And anybody comes, you shoot at them. And of course, mostly what happens is they get slaughtered, frankly. That's why the rates of Russian KIA were so much higher as of late. Also, 10 tanks, 24 APCs, and 10 artillery systems, as well as 75 cruise missiles yesterday. Right, so now we have a tally for yesterday. 75 cruise missiles were shot down. Over 90 were shot. So let's say 15 to 20, I guess, made it through. People will say, well, this is horrible, and all these cruise missiles getting through, and that is completely correct. At the same time, it's completely correct to say that is a very high rate of interception for cruise missiles. And yes, Ukrainian air defenses absolutely have to be getting a whole lot better still, but at the same time, they've already been doing very well indeed. In Kiev specifically, 18 out of 21 were shot down. That's a roughly 83% rate of shooting them down. That is very good. It can get better, but that is very good already. Air defense systems are difficult to operate because you first need to detect something that's flying very quickly through the air at a very low altitude. And then you need to get a missile that exactly hits another missile, that comes very close to another missile and then explodes and explodes the other missile, the target missile with it. That's very difficult to do. It is really not an easy process to go through. It's very different from shooting a missile from ground to hit another ground target, because do you know what ground targets don't do? Move. Ground targets don't move, or if they move much more slowly, and even that makes it much more difficult already. But if you're shooting from ground against a building or a natural feature, that's generally much easier to hit. The mathematics of it are much easier to do than shooting at something in the air. So an 80-odd% interception rate is very good already. However, again, that doesn't mean that it can't get better, and it has to get better. It has to get much better still, because Russians seem to be rather intent on hitting a whole lot more Ukrainian civilian targets, and that has to be minimized as much as possible. Right. Couple of general announcements. If you'd like to come up and stop listening to me talk and maybe hear yourself speak instead, please click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen. That would be very helpful in the process. Just go ahead, do that, and we will very happily bring you right up. Secondly, while you're here, you might want to visit MriyaAid.org. MriyaAid.org is a wonderful non-profit organization supplying all manner of non-lethal equipment to Ukraine and Ukrainian frontline units. Everything from medical equipment to things like night vision equipment, bulletproof vests, and even some very nice drones. Right now, there's a specific fundraiser going on for a rapid reaction brigade, a very much frontline unit that at the start of the war repelled the Russian advance, the Russian air assault on Hostomel airport, and has since been fighting mostly in the east of Ukraine, having previously fought at Rubizhin and is now somewhere near Bakhmut and Soledar. Fighting off the daily attempts of Russians to advance onto Bakhmut and to generally advance in that area. So if you want to support them, if you want to help re-equip them to compensate for all the equipment that was destroyed and lost over the months of heavy fighting, go ahead, go to MriyaAid.org and help them out. The target is $30,000, and hopefully that can be achieved sooner rather than later, so that they can get proper equipment as soon as possible, more proper equipment as soon as possible, so they can defend Ukraine better and safer. You can also check out the MriyaReport.org website, the website of this here report. We are here 24/7. We will stay here 24/7 until Russians finally do the right thing and leave Ukraine for good. We will be there at least until then, and we will keep bringing you news from Ukraine, information about events in Ukraine for as long as that, for as long as Russians intend to try to invade it, and for as long as Russians are present on any of the rightful territory of Ukraine. So again, if you want to come up, just click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen, and we'll very happily bring you up. The news of the day is still fundamentally the news of yesterday, primarily anyway. There was mass, and I mean mass, missile strikes on Ukraine yesterday, with some 100 missiles and a number of drones, a number of loitering munitions, that is, launched against targets within Ukraine. The vast majority of which were shot down, but nevertheless, those that hit caused significant damage to Ukrainian infrastructure, as well as hitting residential buildings. At least one missile, if not two, ended up landing in Poland as well, killing 2 people across the border. That is very significant, and despite Article 4 consultation request having been removed by the Polish government in a few hours, or right now, actually, I believe the defense ministers of NATO countries are meeting and discussing what is to do with that. So even though it's not a formal Article 4 consultation anymore, it is nevertheless a consultation of NATO member states on what there is to be done. All right, we have a new speaker with us. Claudio, go ahead.
Oh, thank you, my brother. Good afternoon or good evening, everyone there. I'm in Uganda, but I have friends there, others are in Uganda, who are like refugees. It's so bad that people who had their country and they were living in peace, they are now scattered in different countries. It's sad that Poland has been hit by that missile. And just like you said, that Article 4, which says that all an attack to one member country of NATO is an attack to everyone. So I believe that something is going to be done to punish the person who has done that, or the country who has done that. That's really very unfortunate, because now the way I analyze things and you look at it, it's like we are heading to a third world war, because now if NATO members come together and begin fighting Russia, I'm suspecting that man may end up using nuclear weapons to kill almost everyone, because at the end of the day he'll be pushed in the corner. That will be the only thing that he's likely to use.
Well, there we go. So I can help you out with that one. I can definitely help you out with that one. So
okay.
The missiles that fell on Przewodowye in Poland, that is not triggering an Article 5. It's now not even triggering an Article 4. Note, Article 4 is not the same as Article 5. Article 4 notes that the parties to the treaty will consult together whenever, in the opinion of any of them, the territorial integrity, political independence, or security of any of them is threatened. That's what was proposed, not in Article 5. And note that Article 5 is no automatism either. It is a political decision that follows consultation, where every ally decides what it deems necessary, including possibly but not necessarily military action. That's not how. There's a big misconception in the world that Article 5 is some sort of a Dr. Strangelove type doomsday device, which is not. It is certainly not. It is just a mutual defense assurance clause that is done after consultation. It is a process, fundamentally, not an automatic escalation. I don't know, snowball type thing. It's not like that. That's not how it works. So that's one thing. As to the second point, as to the Russian purported use of nuclear weapons, if anything, that is becoming ever less likely. There seems to be no space to tolerate anything like that, even among countries that Russia very much relies on for its continued, what shall we call it, economic existence. That included China, which yesterday or maybe 2 days ago, time is an illusion and also time zones are complicated, noted at the G20 summit meeting that it is completely unacceptable that anybody would use or even threaten to use nuclear weapons at all. And China will not stand for that. China also will not stand for that for very practical, selfish reasons. Those very practical, selfish reasons being that the area of Ukraine as well as Western Russia, where much of the fallout would likely end up in the hypothetical case, which is not going to happen yet again, which would rather harm China's future food supply. Those are important agricultural areas. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is bad enough as far as China is concerned, not just for Chinese food itself, but also for Chinese interests in other countries that do depend quite a lot on food imports from Ukraine and Western Russia. So because of that, I would suggest it's a very low likelihood that anything like that happens. If anything, the the nuclear escalation rhetoric has even been toned down within Russia by the majority of those that normally employ it. So that's not how it really works. If anything, what we've seen during the Russian retreat from the right bank of the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast, in the city of Kherson itself, is that there is ever less appetite within Russia to push things too far, and that there is ways for Russia to retreat from occupied territories. They have immediately excused the fact that they were retreating from the right bank of the Dnipro in Kherson Oblast by saying, no, it's fine. We were fighting NATO there. We were fighting all of NATO. We had no choice. And that's it, really. And it was all a very well planned, very perfectly executed withdrawal. They really focused on the fact that it was perfectly executed. They didn't leave behind a single piece of Russian equipment remaining on the right bank of the river, nor lost a single soldier in the area. So, or in the process of the retreat. So they've done really well as far as they're concerned. It's a complete and total success. So it's all good, really. There we go. I'm really not. I'm really not too worried about that.
All right. Thank
John,
you for that.
Thank you very much, Claudio. Yeah, very, very happy to. Very happy to. Go ahead.
it is, I don't know whether it is true, but it is, I read in a certain newspaper saying that Russian women have converged on Ukrainian borders, saying that they have they want their husbands back in their countries. They are fed up of seeing dead bodies being taken back to their countries. They want their husbands alive. I don't know whether it is where it came when they knocked on the barracks and they wanted to pull them out.
Yeah, so there was one particular case where something like that did happen in Voronezh Oblast. If you look at the map, Voronezh is quite close. It's Western Russia, very close to the Ukrainian border. And basically what you said is that they were not very happy with their husbands being taken off to Ukraine and wanted them back, just as you said. They were not very successful, not as yet, but hopefully going forward, that's going to be that is indeed going to happen, because that's the correct place for Russians to be, in Russia. Who would have thought, right? Russian soldiers should ideally be primarily and mostly and ideally exclusively in Russia. Well, thank you very much, Claudia. This is very good. All right, see, people, it's not that difficult. If you want to come up, just click that request button in the bottom left corner, and we'll very happily bring you right up. John, good morning.
Good morning, Damon. Yeah, one of the unfortunate things about this this errant missile, if that's what it was, and it sounds like it was, in Poland, is that it's sucked all of the media oxygen out of what else happened yesterday, which was an absolutely massive assault on Ukraine. I mean, the attack yesterday was larger in size than the response to the Kerch Bridge. So I mean, the Russians really went for it yesterday, and that now seems to have been lost. And we can only hope that actually the focus remains on that today at Ramstein 7, and they do what you were saying yesterday you hoped they would do, and what I doubted they would do. But maybe what did happen yesterday has at least given people a jolt and made them think that they really need to wrap or help Ukraine to wrap this up sooner rather than later. Because I said to you, as I said to you yesterday, I think there has been a steadiness in the approach to this from the West, in the sense not that they're doing everything that's required, but that they feel that they're doing enough to be able to get the result that they want over time. But I think what that demonstrated last night was that actually there are inherent risks in a major war going on NATO's eastern border, and that actually they need to do what they can to get this wrapped up as quickly as possible, because next time it may be a Russian missile that lands on Poland, and we're in that situation where it's Article 4 or worse. So hopefully something good will come from it, in the sense that it will give people the shake and the wake-up call that maybe some of us actually need.
John, you said Article 4 or worse. NATO doesn't want to have these consultations ever, right? These are, well, do we really have to kind of situations? And you do really have to. You do really have to, because otherwise you're not taken seriously going forward. But no one in NATO is very interested in having these things, because no one in NATO actually wants to go to war, right? No one in NATO actually wants to go to war with, say, Russia. And they don't want to have reasons where they would have to hold consultations that possibly or proceedings that might possibly end up in the conclusion of them having to go to war with Russia. So this is maybe something that's sometimes lost in people. Militaries don't really want to go to war. Militaries want to be there and be a deterrent, so they don't have to go to war in the first place, right, John?
Oh, absolutely. I think one of the best advertisements I've ever seen actually was a recruitment video for the Norwegian military, and they ran through all of these spectacular technologies that they have and blah blah blah. And it says, what's the purpose? What do we want to come from all this? and then it closes and just says absolutely nothing. And that's the reality. You know, NATO exists to prevent war. It is a deterrent. The risk yesterday was that a missile had crossed into Poland, and the deterrence had failed. And that was, you know, that was why everybody was sort of on the ceiling, effectively. You're completely right. And they don't, you know, no one wants a wider war. No one wants the current war that's going on in Ukraine, apart from the Russians. But certainly nobody wants that to expand out any further. And ending it as quickly as possible is the best route to that. But that, you know, ending doesn't mean forcing the Ukrainians to give up territory and people to these genocidal fascists. It means getting them out of Ukraine. And that really needs to be the focus today. And hopefully it will be. I still have my doubts that they will do what's required, simply because this has been going on for 9 months and they are yet to do what's required. So it will be a change in our behavior, in the behavior of the West, for them to do what's necessary. So that's what we're looking for, is a behavior change on our side. You know, whether that happens today, we'll see.
All right, thank you very much, John. Let's go to Johannes.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I read that, I mean, from multiple sources now, that the what went down over Poland wasn't actually a deliberately fired Russian missile, but it was debris from Ukrainian air defense. And I mean, I would be highly surprised if Russia were to deliberately attack a NATO country, because I mean that would seem rather suicidal. And so that also ties into what you've just been talking about, of course, military don't want war, but at the same time, I feel like if Russia was actually suicidal enough to attack NATO, that maybe the war would actually be over in a matter of days, wouldn't it? I mean, the Russian army is a laughing stock now, and so I'm not really proper. I mean, I don't know. That's not. That's why I think the Russians will not attack NATO, because they know that they will be done with very, very quickly. Or am I totally wrong on that? And do they still have an ace up their sleeves?
So Russians really like planning how they're going to attack NATO on public television, on their main, evening news show. They really like to do that. I'm sure you've seen some of those, right? This is how we're going to go and get Gotland. That's how we're going to invade the Baltic states, and Poland, then go on to Berlin, and right. They love doing that. They won't actually go and invade NATO. There's a reason why Ukraine was the one that was invaded rather than, say, Latvia, right? Because Latvia is in NATO, and Russians know not to do that. Whereas Ukraine was not. So on the Ukrainian side, but nevertheless very close to the Polish border. Nothing would have ended up in Poland yesterday, killing 2 Polish citizens in Poland. And the ones to blame for that are, Russia, and Russia. because they're the ones launching the missile salvo. Johannes?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I guess we just have to wait and see. Maybe just to rephrase my earlier question, and maybe just get a yes or no from you, or maybe some more kind of explanation why you think so. Is if Russia was actually suicidal enough, which isn't kind of cannot be ruled out, to attack any NATO country, and then kind of I mean, would we really have to be afraid of anything? As I mean, Russia is so weakened now. I mean, wouldn't there be such a massive response that this whole thing would be over in just a couple of days?
I think that one's a little bit beyond me. I will ask John to maybe try to help me out on this one. What would happen? I'm guessing very, very large airstrikes from bases all across Europe on Russian targets everywhere. I don't know. John, thoughts?
I would say that lots of politicians think that most politicians who start a war think that they're going to win it very easily. And I think Mr. Putin is exhibit A of that in Ukraine. So if NATO was forced into a conflict with Russia, I think NATO would win. But I think it would be foolhardy to imagine that it would all be over in a matter of days, because wars do not work like that, ever.
Okay, thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Johannes. Thank you, John. David, go ahead and we'll go to decoding. David.
Good morning. Long time. I haven't talked to you in a while, Bowman. I think I was in a different city last time I called. I've moved since. But anyway, just related to our conversation of Ukraine, Russia, one of Russia's very few friends, has decided to bomb a oil tanker off of Oman with a drone. So I tried to link the news report up in the nest, but anyway, didn't seem to work. I tried twice, but anyway, just a lot of energy. I guess there's Russians and their allies are very mad at electrons around the world because they're bombing all the energy, so infrastructure. So yeah. That's just wanted to bring that to your attention. That happened just a little bit ago.
All right. Thank you. I see the Pacific Zircon got struck by a bomb-carrying drone. It's not even clear to me if this was the flying sort of drone or the sailing sort of drone. But that is
maybe. I mean, it's an Iranian drone, and that's where Russia's missiles are coming from mostly, isn't it? Now, right?
Well, the missiles that they used yesterday were of their own manufacture. They were primarily the air-launched KH-55 and 101. I understand, which might be actually kind of the same thing with slightly different designations.
Well, let's hope there's more smoking in Russia then, because we need to get rid of it.
Let's hope there's more smoking in Russia. John?
Yeah, the US Fifth Fleet yesterday stopped a dhow in the Gulf of Oman, which had dozens and dozens of tons of explosive material on board, which was bound for the Houthis in Yemen, and that was from the Iranians. So this may be a direct response from Iran for intercepting that dhow.
And so a dhow, John, is a
dhow is basically a local manufactured cargo vessel, the type that have cut about in those waters for centuries and centuries, millennia probably. But yeah, it's an Arab style ship, formerly sailing ship, now powered ships, but pretty much the same design. And you see them all around the Arabian Sea, the Gulf of Oman, up and down the east coast of Africa, or certainly down to sort of Tanzania.
Well, they're all over Asia, aren't they? I mean, they're used quite a common homemade or lightly industrialized places can build them fairly easily, I think. I don't know. I'm not a shipbuilder, so I'm not totally sure.
No, I'm not a Southeast Asia guy, so I don't know about that, to be honest.
I bet they call them something different. There you go. Right. Well, thank you, Davis, for bringing that to our attention.
You're very welcome. You're very welcome. I know you were getting bored, so I wanted to switch it up for you.
Never bored. Never bored. Thank you, David. Decoding.
I wonder if whatever they sent, 100 missiles, so that's presumably a function of Ukraine's air defense. Basically now, I mean, it's like a heroin addict. In order to get the same bang for their buck, they've got to send 100 missiles, which are whatever, $400 million, etc., etc. That's one thought. Always looking for the positive. Second was, I read briefly, I haven't looked into it yet, but that the G20 has now decided to condemn Muscovy. So that's great. But it'd be interesting to see the wording, because as of yesterday, prior to this attack, they weren't going to say anything, I think. And third, on the attacking, yeah, my preferred response, had it been a Russiast missile hitting Poland, would be the destruction of all of Muscovy's positions along the pre-February 24th line of contact, which, as some people listening may know, I have an emotional connection with, to grease the way for Ukraine to retake pre-February 24th occupied Ukraine. And that could obviously, I think that can be done from NATO territory, and it would be signaled as being completely causally related to, it would be the cycle would be stated as beginning the attack on Poland, and then causally related to that, this is a limited strike, but they would have really punished all of that and let the way for Ukraine to cross the Donets River and all the way down to Avdiivka, basically destroyed. So that was my, if I had been phoned up and asked, Stephen, what do you think should be done? I had that answer ready had Jens Stoltenberg called me and consulted with me. And the other thing which is slightly on my mind at the moment is, I was just listening to this BBC Ukraine Ukraine cast, which is really good. Totally recommend it for anyone who's kind of looking for a bit more Ukraine war stuff. And they had the BBC security correspondent, who is appropriately conservative, but also pro-Ukraine. But they believe, they still think Crimea is a big ask for the international community to support Ukraine retaking. Now, they did have another voice there. Oh no, that was another podcast I was listening to where they talked about how a year ago, which is 100% true, there was very few people in Ukraine who even dared to dream they would get Crimea back. Whereas now, I think you'd be hard pressed to find a Ukrainian who will settle for anything less as a result of this war. And I think that's true. But we heard Milley the other day, his comments about peace talks, and I'm whenever I hear these voices talking about peace talks, I'm thinking they're still falling for this Russiast Crimea as a red line, whereas Kherson isn't, because they've added it into their constitution, and that they still, and maybe they see the conflict in the same way that I do from the very beginning, that taking Luhansk and Donetsk was to create leverage because of the sanctions in March, straight after the occupation of Crimea. And again, Syria was another attempt to create leverage. And that therefore, and we see the complete destruction of, say, water infrastructure, heating infrastructure by Muscovy in Donetsk, a la Kherson, and everywhere else really, where they occupy. So there's no message to me that Muscovy is intending to keep these territories, but they're still performing their function as leverage to provide. Oh, yeah, well, we'll keep Crimea and you get back Luhansk and Donetsk. But so Ukraine, annoyingly for Ukraine and for all of us, we're still going to have to keep on fighting for Crimea and to create the consensus among these highly conservative, I don't know what to call them, military types or Russian understanding types, or I don't know what like Millie's story is, why he said that. I noticed Zaluzhny put him in his place, which is proper, right and proper, and explained that we want 100% of their territory back. Yeah.
Decoding. Biden asked for $37 billion from Congress for Ukraine. That was yesterday. It was after Millie's comments. I think after the mass missile strikes as well.
Oh, who did?
Biden.
Oh, great. So even outside Lend-Lease, another 37 billion. Great.
Yeah.
Excellent. Okay, so this is my hope, and I've been saying this since like April, where you know, and I know this is completely false in the case of Scholz, but my dream is Scholz and Macron are doing what actually Russia's propaganda claims, which is that the West provoked this war. And that they're just enticing, and every now and again I blog about it, that they're basically teasing Muscovy into doing what Napoleon did. You know, just, you know, we'll blowing hot and cold, basically. Oh yeah, no, we're going to pressure Ukraine to peace talks, and then Muscovy goes. And I said it the other day. The way I put it was, every time a tanky, and I included Millie in that, every time a tanky calls for peace talks, it's probably the first time in his life he's been called a tanky. I hope I don't get droned or something for doing that. I'm sure I won't. They'll never find me. That every time a tanky calls for peace talks, an anti-war angel dies in Muscovy, because it's just giving them a little bit more hope, a tiny little bit more heroin. And they go, oh, just one more push and we'll get over the top. Whereas in fact, they're just being led into ever more and greater self-demilitarization. So that's my secret hope. And hopefully that's what's going on with these non-tanky peace talks comments. But that's good about 37, 38 billion stuff.
Man, you know, that's the sort of numbers that make differences, right? That's a whole lot of munitions. That's a whole lot of our APCs. That's a whole lot of, dare I say it, attackers. No, they're not that expensive. Tens of billions, so very long way. Right, thank you, Decoding. Let's go to Yun. Good morning, Yun.
Morning, everyone, or whatever it is, wherever you are. At this point, about Crimea being a red line and everything, isn't that an excellent reason to go to Crimea first now? They're so close and it seems so vulnerable and cut off. And I see all these videos that are putting out of Ukrainian forces on small boats going up and down the Dnieper or wherever they are. They seem very mobile and could show up everywhere and anywhere. Wouldn't Crimea be an excellent next step to just get it done before it's caught up in the politics of it all?
And you're also saying let's use the sea that surrounds Crimea by and large.
Yeah,
it's kind of like a very big river that makes it harder for Russian logistics to function, right?
Yeah, I love those videos. That's what I used to do when I was in the Norwegian Armed Forces, and they're so mobile and so difficult to detect, and you could just land a small group anywhere. That's also difficult to detect and could gather intelligence and reap havoc behind the lines. So that's excellent. What worries, or what I really don't understand, is why they're putting out all these videos, because it's evident that they want the Russians to see that they're active. Is that to beat up paranoia and make them spread out their forces even more? Or are they actually going to use this capacity?
I suspect that at least in part, that's a case of, look, we could be anywhere at any point. You have, I don't know, 250, 300 kilometers, whatever it is, of riverbank now that constitutes a front. We could just pay attention everywhere at all times. Have lots of forces there, not somewhere else where we might want to attack on land. No, just have them everywhere, all along the riverbank.
But these missile attacks sucked all the oxygen out of the room yesterday. Is there any news and open source information of what's going on the left bank of the Dnieper? Have they landed any forces, or is there any contact there except from the news that the Russians have pulled back?
Nothing public. Certainly nothing public beyond the idea that Russians have pulled back. Also, the fact that the Russians have pulled back, right? That being publicly announced by Operational Command South's press officer. That also means that, I mean, how would you even know that Ukraine has a bunch of people now on the left bank anywhere if it's all been emptied of Russians, right? If there's no contact, there's a lot less ability for anybody to know anything. I would suggest that if there are Ukrainian forces going across, those in little villages, those who live in little villages, they'd probably be avoiding the larger towns, but they know not to go and publish it on the internet. Not to mention that cell service, I think, is largely out in those areas anyway. Has been for a while, so there's very difficult to get stuff out like they get out some places. I think that's quite meaningful as well. But let's see. I like your idea of going for Crimea first and then Eastern Ukraine later. If they can manage that would, I think, would be absolutely fantastic. I think what would really help with that, I'm going to say it again, would be some hundreds of ATACMS would really help with that. Would really, really, really help with that. It would enable Ukraine to, clear Crimea of the more dangerous things up ahead, as well as make resupplying Crimea really massive pain, and that would be worth a lot.
Yeah, and I would imagine that given that Eastern Ukraine is along the Russian border, and even though if they take Svatove, they will still always have a resupply option, even though it's hard. But Crimea is very close to being totally cut off, and using some HIMARS strikes or other things, they could totally isolate it. So I think we underestimate how vulnerable the Crimea Peninsula is right now.
Yeah, thank you, Ian. I would love to see them use the waterways as really the way to cut them off. And Decoding, thoughts?
Yeah, I've been expecting. I'm expecting inherent, intrinsic, instinctual innovation on Ukraine's part in terms of what it retakes. Obviously, I think most of us have this mental model that it would kind of all wrap up in the way that the invasion happened from 2014. Take Luhansk, Donetsk, and then move into Crimea. I'm hoping and expecting. This is why I've been, I don't know anything about it, but I fantasize about like a paratrooper, like Normandy, basically, paratrooper landing in the middle of Luhansk city, something like that, or something disorientating in Crimea, and perhaps, obviously, if I'm thinking, I'm sure the Ukrainians are thinking of it. These, when Milley, every time someone like that talks about, Crimea not being on the table, that there's a little white stone is dropped into the pile of do we go for Crimea first and really establish a bridgehead there and really disorientate them and change everyone's expectations, as they did with that explosion, the Saki airbase. Suddenly it's spectacle adding it in place. So yeah, I agree with that speaker, and I think maybe it was you, Dom, the other day, or someone said Muscovy started the war with 20,000 troops in a garrison of 20,000 in Crimea, but now maybe it wasn't you, it could have been someone else, maybe Language Learner, who incidentally
wasn't me.
Language Learner hasn't done his military update on for about a week. I hope he's okay, and I was just on holiday, and but I wake up every morning and I check that sound app looking for it, and it's not there. This is why I have to resort to the BBC and stuff. But yeah, so hopefully they'll start that, establish some sort of a bridgehead in Crimea or something unexpected, looking for that. Is there any update on Severodonetsk and what we heard about the civilians being told to leave the other night? Has anyone heard anything more about that?
No, I did not hear anything about it. Doman, mic check?
I was talking to a muted mic. I'm sorry.
All right.
This is sometimes a problem. You've missed out on the best possible description, but hey, now we're gonna have to do it again, and undoubtedly of lesser quality. So, Russian occupation authorities in Severodonetsk, Lubizhne, and Kremina have instructed or suggested that civilians evacuate the area. It was a few days ago. Ukraine has since advanced a little bit closer to Kremina, but I don't think there's been massive changes there. So Ukraine seems to have gotten a foothold just to the south of Kremina that they didn't previously hold, but that's about it. Further north, no big changes either. However, if Russia does indeed surrender those towns, that means that they're probably moving to what they previously described as the Wagner line, that excludes those towns, but does include Lysychansk for some reason. It's a very narrow, long salient, and that's very odd. But hey, now, John, did you see anything else?
No, mate. I was going to agree with you, and just say to Decoding that the key to Severodonetsk is Kremina. And once that falls, they can get in. The Ukrainians can get in behind Severodonetsk, and at which point there's a good chance the Russians would pull back rather than risk being cut off and surrounded in Severodonetsk, which would be ironic to say the least. But yeah, if you want to know what's going to happen in Severodonetsk, just watch for Kremina. That will be the key.
And then as far as I know, because that's where I spent 3 years driving between there and Stanitsa Luhanska and Shastia. Basically, once Severo goes, all the land, the next natural place, whatever about their Wagner line, the next natural place will be the Donets River, all the way along. And they tried extremely hard, Muscovy did, and Zolote and Popasna for 8 years to break through, and they couldn't. And so that will all become vulnerable. And obviously they fantasize about keeping Lysychansk because it's above Severo, but it didn't help Ukraine much in April that it was above Severo. And in July 2014, Muscovy it was occupying Severo, and it exited. And it exited to Shastia south, which is 80 kilometers south of there along the Donets River. So it established the line all along the Donets. But it also sacrificed Lysychansk, and so I'd expect something similar to that to happen. Because even now, and even for the past few months, Novoaidar, which is about 25 kilometers south of, and the next biggish town south of Severo, that's been attacked quite relatively frequently by Ukraine. So clearly they have HIMARS coverage of Novoaidar, and I would expect they have HIMARS coverage of the entire line all the way down to Shastia, which goes over the river there. And so never really thought of Severo as being strategic, because it wasn't. I mean, obviously it was an emotional capital because it was the de facto capital of Luhansk. But I guess the Muscovy made it strategically important. Yeah.
Yeah, I can assure you, Novoaidar definitely is well within HIMARS range, undoubtedly. Not just with what's been blowing up there, but just looking at the distance. All right. Well, thank you, Decoding. We shall keep our collective eyes peeled, whatever it is. And briefly, we shall turn further north. To Sweden, because the Swedish defense minister and prime minister, I think, jointly had a press conference this morning. But why ask me when we have a Swede? Then, John.
Yeah, sounds about right, Doman. But I want to correct you there on turning north. It's actually turning central, because I'm basically in the middle of Europe. To reach the coast of the Mediterranean is about the same as reaching the north of Sweden. So, anyway, that's the end of the geography lesson. So, yeah, there was a press conference, and I don't know if it has been discussed here or not. Has it been discussed at all, Doman?
It's been mentioned. Nale briefly brought it up just before I came up, but we have not actually discussed it and broke down, what is being sent, what is probably being sent, what is being alluded to as being sent, and what the future holds going forward. So we have our whole discussion still ahead of us.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have much details, because not much details were actually revealed. But basically, it was announced that there was a package of the total worth of I think $350 million. I like to see it in Swedish currency because it sounds bigger.
So just for the record, right? It's about 10 Swedish krona to the euro, so or dollar. So it's quite easy to do the math, because you just shift an order of magnitude.
Yeah, we like to keep it simple and keep to the SI system. So yeah, so it's 3.7 billion SEK, which is roughly 3.6, I think, $360 million. So anyway, yeah, the focus was not on what we all have asked for and expected for a long time. So the focus was on air defense and also winter gear. But no real details were revealed. So as I said, I don't know much. I mean, what I can say is that this is the biggest package. I think I don't think it's the biggest package from Sweden so far. It's actually bigger than all the others combined. So yeah, money-wise, good. And I think there's some skepticism and also some optimism, because we all wanted to have the armor delivered as well, and maybe also the artillery. But the defense minister got the direct question about the archers, and his response was that this package here is only focusing on air defense and winter gear, and they are the coming packages will most likely focus on how I don't know how to translate this, but not still. I mean, for basically armor and so on, more for ground to ground fighting. So let's see.
So just to note, right?
you.